the discovery that changed everything. The archaeologist's hands trembled as he brushed away the last layer of dust from the carved stone pillar. It was 1994, and Klaus Schmidt stood in the barren hills of southeastern Turkey, staring at something that should not exist. The pillar before him stood over 15 feet tall, weighing approximately 10 tons, decorated with intricate carvings of animals that had been extinct for millennia. But it was not the pillar itself that made Schmidt's heart race. It was the date, 11,600 years old. That single measurement would shatter everything we thought we knew about human civilization. This was Göbekli Tepe, and it predated Stonehenge by 6,000 years, the Egyptian pyramids by 7,000 years, and even the invention of agriculture itself. Whoever built this place did so when humans were supposedly nothing more than primitive hunter-gatherers, living in caves and struggling to survive. Yet here stood proof of something else entirely. Something organized, something advanced, something that pointed to a civilization we had completely forgotten. Schmidt spent the next 2 decades excavating the site, and with each passing year, the mystery only deepened. The complex consisted of massive circular structures, each one precisely oriented to astronomical events. The builders had quarried, carved, transported, and erected stones that modern engineers would struggle to move even with contemporary machinery. They had created a site that required the coordinated effort of hundreds, possibly thousands of workers, along with the social organization to feed them, house them, and direct their labor. This was not the work of nomadic bands scratching out an existence on the harsh Anatolian plateau. This was the work of an empire. But Göbekli Tepe was just the beginning. As news of the discovery spread through archaeological circles, researchers began looking at other sites with fresh eyes. Structures that had been dismissed as natural formations were suddenly revealing themselves as deliberately constructed. Cave systems that seemed randomly formed showed signs of tool marks and intentional excavation. And most disturbing of all, many of these sites were not on the surface at all. They were underground, deep underground. In the Cappadocia region of Turkey, just a few hundred miles from Göbekli Tepe, farmers had known about caves and tunnels beneath their land for generations. They used them as storage cellars, wine fermentation chambers, and shelters from the occasional storm. But in 1963, a man renovating his home in the town of Derinkuyu knocked down a wall and discovered something that local folklore had whispered about for centuries, but no one had taken seriously. He had found a room, a carved room that led to another room, which led to a tunnel, which led to more rooms, which led to more tunnels. As authorities investigated, they realized this was not simply a cave system. It was a city. An entire underground city that descended 18 stories into the earth, capable of housing 20,000 people, along with their livestock, food stores, and everything else needed to survive for months or even years without ever seeing the sun. The discovery made international headlines, but the mainstream narrative quickly settled into a comfortable explanation. These cities, academics assured the public, had been built by early Christians fleeing persecution, probably around the 7th or 8th century AD. The sophisticated ventilation shafts were attributed to lucky accidents of geology. The massive stone doors that could be rolled closed from only the inside were explained as defensive measures against Arab raids. But there were problems with this neat explanation. Serious problems. First, the dating was all wrong. Carbon dating of organic materials found in the lowest levels consistently returned dates that pushed back thousands of years before the Christian era. Tool marks on the walls showed techniques that had not been used in historic times. And most tellingly, Byzantine-era Christians who did use these cities left records describing them as ancient even in their time, claiming they had merely renovated and repurposed structures built by unknown people in a forgotten age. Second, the engineering was too sophisticated. The ventilation system alone should have been impossible for the technology supposedly available. The city of Derinkuyu features 52 ventilation shafts, some extending nearly 300 feet deep, precisely calculated to provide fresh air to every level, regardless of how many people were present. The main shaft was also cleverly designed to serve as a well, providing fresh water that could not be poisoned from above. This required knowledge of fluid dynamics, air pressure, and structural engineering that supposedly did not exist until the modern era. Third, there were too many of these cities. Derinkuyu was not unique or even unusual. As archaeologists surveyed the region, they found dozens of similar underground complexes, and estimates suggest there may be hundreds more still undiscovered. These cities were connected by tunnels that stretched for miles, creating a vast subterranean network that spanned the entire region. The tunnel system was so extensive that, in some areas, you could travel underground from one modern town to another without ever surfacing. This was not the work of refugees hiding from persecution. This was deliberate, large-scale, long-term habitation of underground space by a sophisticated society that had the resources, knowledge, and motivation to literally move their entire civilization beneath the earth. But why? What could drive an advanced civilization to abandon the surface world and recreate their society in the darkness below? The answer may lie in the same period that gave us Göbekli Tepe, a time of catastrophic climate change, rapid environmental collapse, and a cosmic disaster that nearly ended human civilization entirely. Scientists call it the Younger Dryas period, a sudden and dramatic return to Ice Age conditions that began approximately 12,800 years ago and lasted for more than 1,000 years. In geological terms, the change happened overnight. Evidence from ice cores, sediment layers, and fossilized plant remains shows that global temperatures plummeted by as much as 15 degrees Celsius in some regions within a single decade. Glaciers that had been retreating suddenly advanced again, crushing everything in their path. Sea levels dropped by hundreds of feet as water froze and accumulated at the poles. But it was not just the cold. Evidence increasingly suggests that the Younger Dryas was triggered by a cosmic impact event, possibly a fragmented comet that struck the Earth in multiple locations. A layer of platinum, iridium, and nanodiamonds appears in geological strata from this exact period, found on every continent. These materials are the signature of extraterrestrial impact. In North America, vast areas show evidence of massive fires that burned simultaneously across the entire continent, with charcoal deposits and soot layers marking the destruction of forests on an unimaginable scale. Imagine you are a member of an advanced civilization, perhaps not as technologically sophisticated as we are today, but far more advanced than the primitive hunter-gatherers of official history. You have cities, agriculture, trade networks, and specialized knowledge passed down through generations. You watch the sky and understand the patterns of stars and planets. Your astronomers track celestial objects and predict their movements. Then, one night, the sky explodes. Massive fragments of a disintegrating comet slam into the ice sheets covering North America and Europe. The impacts are so powerful they instantly vaporize billions of tons of ice, sending massive walls of water racing across the continents. The shock waves circle the globe multiple times. Millions die in the first hours. Within days, the sky darkens with debris and ash from the impacts and the resulting firestorms. Temperatures plummet as sunlight is blocked. Within weeks, your crops are dying. Within months, your civilization is collapsing. What do? If you have the knowledge and resources, you go underground. You take your most important knowledge, your most valuable resources, and your most skilled people, and you dig. You create a new world beneath the old one, a world protected from the frozen hellscape above, where controlled environments can grow food, where water can be sourced from deep aquifers unaffected by surface contamination, where carefully managed ventilation can provide fresh air even as the atmosphere above fills with toxic particles. This is not speculation. This is exactly what the archaeological evidence shows. The oldest levels of the underground cities date to approximately this period. The construction techniques used in the deepest, most ancient sections are distinctly different from the later additions, suggesting an original construction period followed by generations of renovation and expansion by people who inherited these structures but no longer possessed the original knowledge to replicate them. Look at the tool marks more closely, and you see something else disturbing. The cutting techniques used in the original excavation show a precision that should not be possible with the copper and bronze tools supposedly available at the time. Some stones show signs of being cut with incredible accuracy, with perfectly straight lines and right angles that would challenge modern equipment.
In a few locations, you can find evidence of a cutting technique that appears to have used high heat, possibly some form of thermal lance or even more advanced technology, to literally melt through solid rock. The official explanation dismisses these anomalies as tricks of geology or misinterpretation by overeager researchers. But when you stand in these ancient chambers, run your hands along walls carved with mathematical precision from solid volcanic rock, and realize that every cubic meter of space represents tons of stone that had to be removed, transported, and disposed of, you begin to understand the scale of what you are looking at. This was not a small project undertaken in desperation. This was the work of an organized civilization with substantial resources, advanced knowledge, and the expectation that they would be underground for a very long time. Some of these cities show evidence of continuous habitation for thousands of years, with multiple generations born, living, and dying in the darkness, maintaining the ancient tunnels and chambers while waiting for the surface world to become habitable again. Now here is where the story becomes even more intriguing. Turkey is not unique. Once you know what to look for, evidence of ancient underground civilizations appears all over the world. In Malta, the hypogeum of Halsaflieni consists of halls, chambers, and passages carved from solid limestone, extending 3 stories underground. Official dates place its construction around 4000 BC, making it one of the oldest underground temples in the world. But those dates are based on pottery and artifacts found in the upper levels, not on the original excavation itself. The lowest chambers show the same sophisticated carving techniques seen in Turkey, and acoustic testing has revealed that the builders understood and deliberately exploited the resonance properties of the rock, creating chambers that amplify sound at specific frequencies in ways that would require advanced understanding of physics.
In China, the Longyu caves consist of 24 enormous chambers carved from solid siltstone, each one precisely shaped with straight walls, perpendicular columns, and decorative features. The chambers are massive, some exceeding 30,000 square meters in area, with ceilings supported by regularly spaced columns carved from the living rock. The total volume of stone removed exceeds 1 million cubic meters. No one knows who built them or when. There are no historical records of their construction. They were discovered accidentally by local villagers in 1992, and radiocarbon dating has been inconclusive. But the precision of the work, the uniformity of the chisel marks, and the sheer scale of the project suggest a level of organization and technical capability that should not exist in the prehistoric period. In Peru, beneath the fortress complex of Sacsayhuaman near Cusco, explorers have discovered extensive tunnel systems that appear to connect to other ancient sites throughout the region. The Incas spoke of these tunnels in their legends, claiming they were built by the gods or by a race that came before them. Spanish conquistadors who explored some of these tunnels in the 16th century reported traveling underground for days, finding vast chambers filled with treasures and the mummified remains of an unknown people. The Spanish authorities eventually sealed most of the entrances, supposedly to prevent treasure hunters from getting lost, but perhaps also to hide evidence that did not fit with their understanding of the world.
Modern ground-penetrating radar surveys have confirmed that extensive tunnel networks do indeed exist beneath many ancient Peruvian sites, but official excavation has been limited and access is tightly controlled. Even in North America, evidence exists of ancient underground structures that predate known civilizations. In the Grand Canyon, early 20th century newspaper accounts describe the discovery of elaborate cave systems containing artifacts suggesting an advanced culture, but the Smithsonian Institution allegedly confiscated all evidence, and the exact location has never been publicly disclosed. Similar stories emerge from across the continent, whispered about in archaeological circles, but never officially acknowledged. What we are looking at is not a collection of isolated phenomena. We are looking at a pattern, a global pattern of underground construction undertaken around the same time period, using similar techniques by cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. The implications are staggering. Either human civilization is far older than we believe, or there was a previous global civilization that has been completely erased from official history. The underground cities are not anomalies. They are clues. They are fragments of a story that has been deliberately forgotten or systematically suppressed. A story of an advanced empire that thrived before the last ice age, was nearly destroyed by cosmic catastrophe, and survived by going underground. But if this empire existed, and if it possessed advanced knowledge and technology, what happened to it? Why did it disappear? And more importantly, what else are we not being told about our own past? The rabbit hole goes deeper than you can imagine, much deeper. And the tunnels, once you start following them, lead to places that will fundamentally challenge everything you believe about human history, the nature of civilization, and the origins of our species itself. Stand at the entrance to Derinkuyu at dawn, before the tourists arrive, and you can feel something in the air. It is not quite a presence,
more like the echo of one. The residual imprint of thousands of years of human activity compressed into stone and darkness. The wind whistles through the ventilation shafts in a way that sounds almost musical, almost deliberate, as if the city itself is breathing, waiting, remembering. Somewhere far below, in chambers that have never been fully explored, in tunnels that extend deeper than any official map admits, the secrets of the underground empire still wait. They wait in the darkness, in the silence, in the spaces between the lies we have been told about our past. And they are waiting for someone to finally listen. Whispers beneath our feet. The old farmer refused to give his name. He sat in the dim light of his stone cottage in rural Cappadocia, hands weathered from decades of working the volcanic soil, eyes sharp with the kind of knowing that comes from generations of whispered secrets. Through a translator, he told a story his grandfather had told him, and his great-grandfather before that, stretching back through the centuries to a time when memory and myth were still the same thing. There are doors beneath the earth, he said. Doors that should not be opened. Doors that lead to places where the old people went when the sky fell and the world died. His family had found 3 such doors on their land over the years. Each time, they sealed them again with rocks and cement, marked the spot with stones arranged in a particular pattern, and told their children never to dig there. Why? Because the tunnels go everywhere. Because once you enter, you might never find your way back. Because there are chambers down there so vast, you cannot see the walls with a torch, and sounds that echo up from depths that should not exist. Because sometimes, late at night, when the wind is right, you can hear things moving down there. The translator hesitated before sharing that last part, clearly embarrassed by the superstition. But the old farmer's face remained serious, and he added one more thing. In his grandfather's time, a group of young men had entered one of the sealed tunnels, determined to explore and perhaps find ancient treasures. Only one came back, 3 days later, dehydrated and half-mad. He never spoke of what he saw, but he never smiled again either, and he hanged himself before the year was out. Stories like this are common across every region where underground structures have been found. Local populations often know far more about what lies beneath their feet than any archaeological survey, but they rarely share this knowledge with outsiders. Sometimes it is because they fear ridicule for their superstitions. Sometimes it is because they use the tunnels for their own purposes and do not want authorities interfering. And sometimes, it seems, it is because they genuinely fear what might be down there. But fear or no fear, the evidence keeps emerging, and with modern technology, we can no longer ignore what that evidence is telling us. In 2017, archaeologists using ground-penetrating radar in Cappadocia discovered that the known underground cities are not isolated structures at all. They are nodes in a vast network. The tunnels connecting them extend far deeper and far wider than previously mapped, creating a subterranean web that covers hundreds of square miles. In some areas, the tunnels are stacked in multiple levels, like a 3-dimensional highway system, with passages crossing over and under each other at precisely calculated angles to maintain structural integrity. The survey also revealed something else. Many of the deepest tunnels appear to follow natural fault lines and underground water sources with uncanny precision.
Whoever designed this network understood the geology of the region at a level that should require modern seismological equipment and hydrological surveys. They knew where the bedrock was strongest, where water could be accessed, and where natural gas pockets needed to be avoided. This was not trial and error. This was systematic engineering based on comprehensive geological knowledge. Dr. Elif Demir, a geophysicist at Istanbul Technical University who worked on the survey, made a statement that raised eyebrows in academic circles. The precision of these tunnels suggests the builders had access to subsurface mapping technology. The probability of achieving this level of accuracy through surface observation alone is essentially zero. When pressed to explain how prehistoric people could have possessed such technology, she declined to speculate, but noted that the question needed to be asked. The academic establishment quickly dismissed her implications, but the data speaks for itself. And Turkey is just the beginning. Move west across the Mediterranean to the island of Malta, and you find the hypogeum, a structure so enigmatic that UNESCO designated it a World Heritage Site, while simultaneously restricting access to only a handful of visitors per day. The official reason for the restrictions is preservation. But researchers who have been inside tell a different story. The hypogeum consists of 3 levels carved from limestone, descending approximately 35 feet underground. The upper level features simple chambers that appear to have been used for grain storage or perhaps as initial living quarters. The middle level becomes more elaborate, with ornately carved walls, decorative pillars, and the famous oracle chamber, a room with acoustic properties so unusual that they have become the subject of serious scientific study. When someone speaks in the oracle chamber at a frequency around 110 Hz, the entire room resonates. Not just resonates, but amplifies the sound in a way that creates a physical vibration you can feel in your bones. Studies have shown that this specific frequency affects human brain activity, potentially inducing altered states of consciousness. The chamber appears to have been deliberately designed to produce this effect, carved with mathematical precision to achieve exact acoustic properties. But it is the lowest level that truly disturbs researchers. The chambers here are rougher, older, and extend deeper than officially acknowledged. In the 1940s, during British administration of Malta, workers expanding an underground water tank broke through into a previously unknown section of the hypogeum. Accounts from the time describe a tunnel extending far beyond the mapped areas, with side chambers containing the skeletal remains of thousands of individuals. A group of schoolchildren on a tour allegedly entered this newly discovered section. According to the story, most of the group safely returned, but several children and their guide vanished. The tunnel entrance was subsequently sealed with concrete, and all official records of the incident were classified or destroyed. The story has been dismissed as urban legend, but multiple elderly Maltese citizens have testified to remembering the incident and the official silence that followed. Whether the specific story is true or not, the hypogeum undeniably extends beyond what is shown to the public. Ground-penetrating radar has detected additional chambers and passages that remain officially unexplored. The Maltese government has consistently denied requests for comprehensive surveys, citing concerns about structural stability, though skeptics suggest they may simply fear what might be found.
The megalithic temples on Malta's surface are equally mysterious.
Structures like Gigantea and Hajar Kim feature massive limestone blocks, some weighing over 50 tons, fitted together with precision joints and decorated with sophisticated carvings. Conventional dating places these temples around 3600 BC, making them older than the pyramids of Egypt and roughly contemporary with the earliest phases of Stonehenge. But here is the intriguing part. The temples align precisely with the underground structures beneath them. In several locations, chambers in the hypogeum sit directly below temple complexes on the surface, with vertical shafts connecting them. This suggests coordinated planning between surface and underground construction, indicating that the two were parts of a single architectural vision, not separate projects built centuries apart. Local Maltese legend speaks of a race of giants who built the temples, carrying the massive stones as if they weighed nothing. The name Gigantea literally means giant's tower. Folklore describes these beings as the children of a giantess who ate nothing but honey and beans, giving her supernatural strength. She built the temples in a single day and night, then descended into the earth, never to be seen again. Strip away the mythological elements and you are left with a consistent story. An advanced people built both surface temples and underground structures as part of an integrated system, then disappeared, leaving only the monuments and the tunnels behind. Cross the Mediterranean again, head south to Egypt, and the pattern continues. Everyone knows about the pyramids, but few people know about what lies beneath them. The Giza Plateau is honeycombed with tunnels and chambers, most of which have never been officially excavated or even acknowledged. Early explorers and treasure hunters reported discovering extensive passages extending deep underground, connecting the pyramids to each other and to structures far beyond the main complex. In the 1930s, American psychic Edgar Cayce predicted that a hall of records would be discovered beneath the Sphinx, containing the accumulated knowledge of an advanced prehistoric civilization. Decades later, seismographic surveys confirmed the existence of large rectangular chambers beneath the Sphinx's front paws, precisely where Cayce said they would be. Egyptian authorities have consistently refused to excavate, claiming concerns about destabilizing the monument, though rumors persist that they know exactly what is down there and have decided the world is not ready to learn about it. More recently, in 2017, scientists using cosmic ray muon radiography detected a huge void within the Great Pyramid itself. A chamber at least 100 feet long that does not appear on any architectural plans and has no known entrance. When the discovery was announced, the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities quickly dismissed its significance, calling it merely a natural structural space. Though experts in pyramid construction have noted that the ancient builders would never have left such a large void accidentally. But the real mystery of Egypt's underground structures lies not at Giza, but further south, at Abydos. The Osirion at Abydos is one of the most anomalous structures in Egypt. Built from massive red granite and sandstone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, it sits far below the current ground level, suggesting either that it was deliberately buried or that thousands of years of sediment have accumulated around it. The architectural style is completely different from the adjacent temple of Seti I, which was built around 1300 BC. While Seti's temple features the typical New Kingdom style with decorated columns and walls covered in hieroglyphics, the Osirion is stark, minimalist,
and constructed with megalithic precision, more reminiscent of sites like Stonehenge or the Maltese temples. No hieroglyphics, no decorations, just massive stones fitted together with such precision that you cannot slide a piece of paper between them, arranged in a pattern that creates an underground pool surrounded by pillars. The structure was supposedly built as a symbolic tomb for the god Osiris, but conventional archaeology struggles to explain how it was constructed or even when. Some researchers have suggested it may predate the adjacent temple by thousands of years, possibly representing one of the oldest structures in Egypt. Beneath the Osirian, rumors persist of deeper levels that have never been pumped dry and explored. Local workers have reported finding tunnel entrances that descend further into the bedrock, some allegedly extending for miles in the direction of the Nile. The Egyptian government does not officially acknowledge these tunnels, but restrictions on independent research in the area are severe, suggesting authorities know more than they admit. From Egypt, the trail leads east to the Levant, where the ancient city of Byblos in Lebanon features extensive underground chambers and tunnels dating back at least 5,000 years. Many of these structures remain unexplored due to political instability in the region, but early archaeological reports describe finding passages that extend under the Mediterranean Sea itself, potentially connecting to similar structures in Cyprus and beyond. In Jerusalem, beneath the Temple Mount, a vast network of chambers and passages has been partially mapped, some dating to the First Temple period around 1000 BC, but others clearly older. The tunnels have been a source of political and religious tension for decades, with excavation restricted due to the site's sensitivity. However, unauthorized explorations have reportedly found passages extending far beyond the officially mapped areas, including chambers sealed since ancient times containing artifacts that do not fit the established historical timeline.
Move further east to India, and the pattern becomes even more pronounced. The Ajanta caves, carved into a horseshoe-shaped cliff in Maharashtra, consist of 30 rock-cut Buddhist cave monuments dating from the 2nd century BC to about 480 AD. But the oldest caves show construction techniques distinctly different from the later ones, and local tradition insists the caves were not created by the Buddhists, but merely repurposed by them, originally carved by an earlier civilization for purposes now forgotten. More intriguing are the Barabar caves, the oldest surviving rock-cut caves in India, dating to the 3rd century BC. These chambers are carved from granite with such precision that the walls are mirror-smooth, polished to a degree that would challenge modern stoneworking technology. The acoustic properties of the chambers are remarkable, with sounds echoing and amplifying in specific ways that suggest deliberate design. The Lomas Rishi cave features an entrance carved to mimic wooden architecture, with such fine detail that it appears almost plastic, as if the stone had been molded rather than carved. How were these caves created? The official explanation credits hand tools and enormous patience, but experiments attempting to replicate the technique have failed to achieve anything close to the same precision or smoothness. The granite is extremely hard, and carving it with bronze or even iron tools should leave visible striations and rough surfaces. Instead, the walls appear almost glass smooth, suggesting either tools or techniques that have been lost to history. Beneath the caves, local legend speaks of deeper passages that connect to an extensive underground network stretching across the subcontinent. These stories are typically dismissed as folklore, but occasional discoveries lend them credence. In 2007, workers digging a well in the southern state of Tamil Nadu broke through into a chamber containing what appeared to be an ancient library, with thousands of palm leaf manuscripts and stone tablets inscribed in unknown scripts. Authorities quickly sealed the site, and no official report was ever published. But photographs leaked online showing glimpses of the discovery before it vanished into official secrecy. China presents perhaps the most extensive evidence of ancient underground construction. The Longyu Caves, discovered in 1992 in Zhejiang Province, have already been mentioned, but they deserve deeper examination because they represent one of the most significant archaeological mysteries of the modern era. 24 caves have been discovered so far, carved from solid siltstone, each one a massive artificial cavern with perpendicular walls, precisely angled roofs, and regularly spaced support columns. The total volume of stone removed exceeds 1 million cubic meters. To put that in perspective, that is roughly equivalent to excavating and removing a pyramid the size of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Except instead of stacking stones to build up, the builders carved down into living rock. No one knows when they were built. No one knows who built them. No historical records mention their construction. The Chinese government's official position is that they were quarries, but this explanation makes no sense. The stone removed is siltstone, a relatively soft and low-quality material with limited construction applications. If these were quarries, where did all the stone go? No evidence of siltstone construction exists in the surrounding area from any historical period.
And if they were quarries, why the decorative elements, the precisely carved pillars, the architectural flourishes that serve no functional purpose in stone extraction? More likely, these were living spaces, storage facilities, or ceremonial centers, carved by a civilization that possessed advanced stoneworking techniques and the organizational capacity to undertake projects on a massive scale. But which civilization? The area has been inhabited for thousands of years, but no culture in the historical record claims credit for or even mentions the caves. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have suggested that additional chambers exist nearby, still buried and waiting to be excavated. The Chinese government has been reluctant to pursue extensive archaeological investigation, perhaps because the implications are too challenging to the established historical narrative, or perhaps because they already know what is down there and have decided it should remain hidden. In the Shaanxi province, home to the famous Terracotta Army, extensive tunnel systems exist beneath the burial complex of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The official excavation has barely scratched the surface, with the main burial chamber still unexcavated due to concerns about preservation and rumors of mercury-filled rivers that ancient accounts describe. But more intriguing are reports of tunnels extending far beyond the burial complex itself, potentially connecting to other ancient sites throughout the region. Chinese historical texts are filled with references to underground palaces, subterranean cities, and networks of tunnels used by ancient rulers. The Classic of Mountains and Seas, an ancient Chinese text dating to the 4th century BC, but describing events from much earlier periods, contains numerous references to people who lived beneath the earth, emerging only occasionally to interact with surface dwellers. Modern scholars interpret these as mythological, but perhaps they are describing actual underground civilizations that once existed in China's distant past. From China, Follow the ancient Silk Road west, and you encounter the cave cities of Central Asia. In the Bamiyan Valley of Afghanistan, before the Taliban destroyed the famous Buddha statues, a network of caves extended for miles through the cliff faces. Many of these caves showed evidence of habitation dating back thousands of years, with lower levels featuring construction techniques distinct from the Buddhist additions that came later. Similarly, in Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, ancient underground cities like those in Cappadocia have been discovered, though few have been systematically studied due to political instability and lack of archaeological resources. Local populations still use some of these underground structures, maintaining traditions of subterranean habitation that stretch back to time immemorial. Even in Europe, beyond the Mediterranean, evidence exists of ancient underground construction. In Romania, the Rogia Montana mines contain galleries that predate Roman occupation, featuring architectural elements and tool marks that suggest advanced prehistoric mining operations. In Scotland, Neolithic structures like the Ness of Brodgar feature partially underground chambers with sophisticated drainage systems and architectural planning that rivals anything from the ancient world. Across the Atlantic, in South America, the pattern continues with stunning consistency. Beneath the ancient city of Tiwanaku in Bolivia, ground-penetrating radar has detected extensive tunnel systems and chambers that have never been excavated. The city itself features megalithic construction that defies conventional explanation, with stones weighing over 100 tons fitted together with such precision that modern engineers struggle to understand how it was achieved without advanced machinery. Local Aymara legend describes Tiwanaku as being built in a single night by the gods before humans even existed on Earth. The city was supposedly the first place where people emerged from the underworld after a great flood destroyed the previous world. Again, strip away the mythological framing and you have a consistent story. An advanced civilization built both surface structures and underground facilities, then largely disappeared, leaving only ruins and legends behind. In Peru, beyond the tunnels beneath Sacsayhuaman, researchers have found evidence of extensive underground construction throughout the sacred valley. The fortress of Ollantaytambo features channels carved through solid rock that appear to serve no practical defensive purpose, but may connect to hidden chambers and passages. Local guides, speaking privately, will tell you about entrances to the underworld that exist throughout the valley, carefully hidden and protected by communities who fear what outsiders might do if they gained access. The Nazca lines in southern Peru present another piece of the puzzle. These massive geoglyphs, only fully visible from the air, have long puzzled archaeologists. The conventional explanation that they were created for religious or astronomical purposes fails to account for their scale and precision. But consider this alternative interpretation. What if they were markers, indicating the locations of underground structures to observers who could see them from above? Ground-penetrating radar surveys of the Nazca Plateau have revealed extensive anomalies beneath the surface, suggesting chambers and tunnels in the areas marked by the geoglyphs. The Peruvian government has restricted excavation in the area, officially to preserve the lines themselves, but researchers quietly speculate that there is more to the story. What lies beneath Nazca? And why do the local Nazca people have legends about ancestors who retreated underground during a time of great catastrophe, only to emerge generations later to find the world transformed?
Even North America, often portrayed as archaeologically barren before European contact, reveals evidence of ancient underground construction. In the American Southwest, ancestral Puebloan sites like Mesa Verde feature cliff dwellings that are only the visible portion of more extensive complexes extending into the rock face. Kivas, the ceremonial chambers used by Puebloan peoples, were always built partially or completely underground, and many connect to passage systems that extend far deeper than any tourist is allowed to explore. The Grand Canyon discovery mentioned earlier deserves more attention. In 1909, the Arizona Gazette published an article describing an expedition led by a Smithsonian-funded explorer named G.E. Kincaid, who allegedly discovered an enormous underground city within the Grand Canyon, carved into a cliff face and extending deep into the rock. The article described Egyptian-style artifacts, hieroglyphics, and evidence of an advanced civilization completely unknown to modern history. The Smithsonian Institution has consistently denied any knowledge of such an expedition, and no one has ever relocated the site described in the article. Skeptics dismiss the entire story as a hoax, possibly an April Fool's joke that was mistakenly published as news. But elements of the story ring true. The description of the site's features matches real archaeological findings from other locations, and the Smithsonian has a documented history of confiscating and hiding artifacts that do not fit the established narrative of American prehistory. Whether the specific Grand Canyon story is true or not, Native American oral traditions across the continent consistently describe underground cities and tunnel systems used by ancient peoples. The Hopi speak of the Ant people who sheltered their ancestors in underground caves during two separate world destructions. The Cherokee describe a race of moon-eyed people who lived in underground cities before being driven out by the ancestors of the Cherokee. The Paiute tell stories of red-haired giants who lived in caves until they were destroyed in a great battle. Are these just myths? Or are they cultural memories of real events and real peoples, preserved through oral tradition and transformed by time into legend? Consider the pattern that emerges when you step back and look at all this evidence together. On every inhabited continent you find ancient underground structures built with sophisticated engineering that predates the historical civilizations known to have inhabited those regions. Local legends describing earlier peoples who lived underground during times of catastrophe, or who possessed advanced knowledge lost to later generations. Official reluctance to fully excavate or acknowledge these structures, with restrictions on access and research that seem disproportionate to legitimate concerns about preservation. Construction techniques that often exceed what should be possible with the tools supposedly available at the time, suggesting either lost technology or knowledge we have not yet rediscovered. Acoustic properties, astronomical alignments, and geometric precision that indicate the builders possessed advanced understanding of mathematics, physics, and engineering. Tunnel systems connecting disparate sites, sometimes extending for miles underground, suggesting coordinated planning and construction over vast areas. This is not random. This is a pattern. This is evidence of a global phenomenon that mainstream archaeology has failed to adequately explain, often because it challenges fundamental assumptions about the development of human civilization. The standard model of human history describes a linear progression. Primitive hunter-gatherers slowly developing agriculture around 10,000 BC, leading to the first cities in Mesopotamia around 3500 BC. Followed by the Egyptian, Indus, and Chinese civilizations,
and then the classical civilizations of Greece and Rome. This narrative presents civilization as a recent phenomenon, barely 6,000 years old, with everything before that being prehistoric darkness, inhabited by simple tribes with no sophisticated culture or technology. But what if this model is wrong? What if human civilization is much older, much more advanced, and much more widely distributed than official history acknowledges? What if the underground structures scattered across the globe are not primitive caves or isolated anomalies, but fragments of a sophisticated worldwide civilization that existed in the deep past and was nearly destroyed by catastrophe? The evidence is there, carved in stone, tunneled through bedrock, hidden beneath our feet in chambers that have waited for millennia to tell their story. But we have been conditioned not to see it, trained to dismiss anything that contradicts the established narrative as pseudoscience or fantasy. The question is not whether ancient underground civilizations existed. The evidence for their existence is overwhelming and undeniable. The question is why we have been taught to ignore this evidence, and what we might discover if we finally started paying attention to the whispers beneath our feet. The architects of the deep. The chisel marks tell a story that archaeologists do not want to hear. Dr. Christopher Dunn spent 40 years as a precision engineer, manufacturing components for aerospace and medical equipment, where tolerances are measured in microns. When he visited the granite chambers beneath the Serapeum of Saqqara in Egypt, he brought with him the trained eye of someone who understands exactly what it takes to cut, shape, and polish hard stone to exacting specifications. What he saw disturbed him profoundly. Inside the ancient underground complex, he examined massive granite boxes, each one carved from a single block of stone weighing up to 70 tons. The interior surfaces were perfectly smooth and flat. The corners were precise right angles, and when measured with modern instruments, the boxes showed tolerances within 0.002 of an inch across their entire surface. This level of precision is difficult to achieve even with contemporary machine tools and computer-guided equipment. The ancient Egyptians supposedly created these boxes with copper tools and sand abrasives, patiently grinding away at one of the hardest stones on earth until they achieved this remarkable accuracy. Yet when Dunn examined the tool marks more closely, he found something impossible. Parallel striations running across the interior surfaces, exactly evenly spaced, at intervals that suggest the stone was cut with a rotary tool moving at tremendous speed. He calculated the feed rates, the depth of cut per revolution, and came to an inescapable conclusion. Whatever created these marks was cutting through solid granite approximately 500 times faster than modern diamond-tipped tools. Not 5% faster, not twice as fast, 500 times faster. This should not be possible with any known ancient technology. It should barely be possible with modern technology. Yet here were the marks, carved into stone, undeniable physical evidence that someone, at some point in the past, possessed tools and techniques that far exceeded anything in the conventional historical record. The Serapeum boxes are not unique. Similar precision work appears in underground structures around the world, from the polished granite chambers of the Barabar caves in India to the precisely carved tunnels beneath the Longyu caves in China. Everywhere you look, you find evidence of capabilities that should not exist. But tools alone do not build underground empires. You need knowledge. You need planning. You need organizational structures capable of coordinating the efforts of thousands of workers across generations. You need engineers who understand geology, structural mechanics, and fluid dynamics. You need architects who can design three-dimensional spaces in their minds before a single stone is cut. You need administrators who can manage resources, logistics, and labor on a massive scale. In short, you need civilization. Advanced civilization. The kind that takes centuries or millennia to develop. Not the work of primitive cultures supposedly still learning to plant crops. So who were they? Who were the architects of the deep? The honest answer is, we do not know. They left no written records that we can read, no inscriptions proclaiming their achievements, no histories documenting their rise and fall. What they left were the structures themselves, and those structures are revealing their secrets only slowly, grudgingly, as modern technology finally becomes sophisticated enough to properly analyze what was built so long ago. But we can make inferences. We can examine the evidence and piece together a picture of what kind of society could have created these marvels. First, they understood geology at an advanced level. The underground cities in Cappadocia are carved into volcanic tuff, a relatively soft rock that is easy to excavate but strong enough to support the weight of multiple levels without collapsing. The builders knew exactly where to dig and where to leave support columns to maintain structural integrity. They understood how volcanic rock fractures, how it responds to stress, and how to work with its natural properties rather than against them. More impressively, they understood hydrogeology. The water systems in places like Derinkuyu are masterpieces of engineering. Deep wells tap into aquifers far below the surface, providing fresh water that cannot be contaminated from above. Drainage systems channel wastewater away from living areas, preventing contamination and disease. Ventilation shafts are positioned to create natural air circulation, drawing fresh air from the surface and expelling stale air from the depths through convection currents. This requires understanding groundwater flow, pressure gradients, and the behavior of fluids in confined spaces. It requires the ability to calculate volumes, estimate flow rates, and design systems that will function reliably for years or decades without maintenance. This is not primitive engineering. This is sophisticated hydraulic design that would not be out of place in a modern city planning office. Second, they possessed advanced mathematics and geometry. The precision of the underground chambers, the regularity of the tunnel systems, and the astronomical alignments found at many sites all point to mathematical sophistication. Right angles, parallel lines, and circular chambers all appear with regularity that could only be achieved through careful measurement and calculation. At Göbekli Tepe, the surface structure that predates the underground cities by a few thousand years, researchers have identified sophisticated geometric relationships between the various circular enclosures. The structures are positioned according to specific ratios and alignments that suggest knowledge of advanced geometry, possibly even an early form of trigonometry. If the people who built Göbekli Tepe possessed this knowledge, it is reasonable to assume the later underground builders inherited or developed similar capabilities.
The acoustic properties of chambers like the Hypogeum in Malta demonstrate understanding of wave mechanics and resonance that should require knowledge of physics and mathematics. The oracle chamber's ability to amplify specific frequencies is not accidental. It required deliberate design based on understanding how sound waves behave in enclosed spaces, how different dimensions affect resonance, and how to achieve desired acoustic effects through precise architectural planning. Third, they had organizational structures capable of mobilizing and directing enormous amounts of labor over extended periods. Building a city like Derinkuyu, which extends 18 stories underground
and could house 20,000 people, is not a project you complete in a few years with a small crew. This represents millions of hours of labor, requiring thousands of workers digging, hauling stone, shaping chambers, and installing the complex systems that made underground habitation possible. Someone had to feed these workers. Someone had to house them, provide tools, coordinate their efforts, resolve disputes, and maintain motivation over the years or decades required to complete such projects. This implies a complex social hierarchy, specialized roles, and administrative systems sophisticated enough to manage large-scale construction projects. Archaeological evidence from the underground cities supports this conclusion. Different sections show evidence of specialized use: residential quarters, storage chambers, workshops, religious or ceremonial spaces, and areas that appear to have been reserved for elite or administrative functions. This is not the layout of a refugee camp hastily dug in desperation. This is planned urban design, with zoning and infrastructure that required forethought and coordination. Fourth, they possessed knowledge of materials science and engineering that allowed them to work stone in ways we struggle to replicate today. The precision cutting seen in granite chambers, the smooth, polished surfaces that appear almost glass-like, and the ability to move and position massive stones with apparent ease all suggest capabilities beyond copper chisels and rope. Various researchers have proposed alternative theories for how this work was accomplished. Some suggest the use of advanced stone-cutting tools made from materials harder than the stone being cut, possibly employing diamond or corundum abrasives in ways more sophisticated than simple grinding. Others have proposed thermal techniques, using rapid heating and cooling to fracture stone along desired lines, or even the use of chemical solutions to soften rock temporarily during cutting. The most controversial theories propose that the ancient builders possessed knowledge of sonic resonance, using sound frequencies to weaken molecular bonds in stone, making it temporarily malleable or easier to cut. Experiments have shown that intense ultrasonic vibrations can indeed affect the structure of crystalline materials, and some researchers claim to have replicated aspects of ancient stoneworking using these techniques. However, these claims remain highly disputed in mainstream archaeology. What is undisputed is that the stones were cut, shaped, and positioned with remarkable precision, often in locations where doing so should have been nearly impossible with any known ancient technology. The 100-ton blocks in the Osirion at Abydos, the precisely fitted megalithic walls at Sacsayhuaman, and the mirror-smooth chambers of the Barabar caves all stand as physical evidence that someone, somehow, possessed capabilities we have not yet explained. Fifth, they understood astronomy and celestial mechanics well enough to encode astronomical knowledge into their structures. Many underground sites feature shafts or chambers aligned to solstices, equinoxes, or the rising and setting of specific stars. This is not accidental. This represents deliberate incorporation of astronomical observation into architectural design. The Temple of Manaydra in Malta, which sits above underground chambers, is precisely aligned so that during the equinoxes and solstices, sunlight illuminates specific stones and chambers in a predetermined sequence. Similar alignments appear at sites around the world, suggesting that the builders tracked celestial movements and considered them important enough to incorporate into their most significant structures. Why would underground dwellers care about astronomy? Perhaps because they maintained connections to the surface world and needed to track seasons for agricultural planning. Perhaps because they used astronomical observations for navigation across the extensive tunnel networks.
Or perhaps because they understood that the cosmic catastrophe that drove them underground came from the sky, and they were determined to monitor the heavens to predict and prepare for future threats. Ancient astronomical knowledge appears in other unexpected places. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek coast and dating to approximately 100 BC, is a sophisticated analog computer capable of predicting astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. Its complexity is so great that nothing comparable appears in the historical record for another 1,000 years. Where did the knowledge to build such a device come from? Was it inherited from an earlier civilization that possessed even more advanced understanding? The architects of the deep did not appear suddenly from nowhere. They must have had predecessors, cultures that developed the necessary knowledge over many generations before finally applying it to the enormous task of moving civilization underground. But where is the evidence of these predecessor cultures? Some researchers point to structures like Göbekli Tepe as evidence of an advanced pre-Younger Dryas civilization. The site demonstrates organizational capability, astronomical knowledge, and sophisticated stoneworking at a date when humans were supposedly still hunting and gathering in small nomadic bands. If people could build Göbekli Tepe in 9600 BC, what else might they have built that we have not yet found or recognized? Others suggest looking even further back. Graham Hancock and other researchers have proposed that a global maritime civilization existed during the last ice age, when sea levels were 300 to 400 feet lower than today, and vast areas of currently submerged continental shelf were dry land. This civilization, they argue, was destroyed by the rapid sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age, with only fragments surviving in isolated pockets that went on to seed the later known civilizations. This theory remains controversial, but it has gained some support from underwater archaeology. Structures discovered off the coasts of India, Japan, Cuba, and elsewhere show evidence of deliberate construction that is now submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. The Yonaguni monument off Japan, while disputed, features right angles, parallel edges, and geometric patterns that some researchers argue could only be artificial. Similar structures off the coast of India near Dwarka have been dated to approximately 7500 BC, far older than any known Indian civilization. If these underwater structures are genuine artifacts of a lost civilization, then the underground cities may represent the survivors of that civilization, adapting to a world transformed by catastrophe. When sea levels rose and drowned coastal cities, when climate change devastated agricultural zones, when cosmic impacts triggered environmental collapse, perhaps the most advanced members of society used their knowledge to create survival shelters deep underground, preserving their culture and technology while the surface world recovered. This scenario would explain several puzzling aspects of the underground cities. It would explain why they appear suddenly in the archaeological record without obvious precursors, because the precursors are now underwater or buried beneath millennia of sediment. It would explain the sophisticated engineering, because these were not primitive people learning to build, but accomplished engineers applying established knowledge to a new challenge. And it would explain the global distribution, because a maritime civilization with transoceanic capabilities could have established sites on multiple continents before the catastrophe struck. But even if we accept this framework, questions remain. How did they excavate millions of cubic meters of rock? Where did all the excavated material go? How did they light the underground chambers during construction, since burning torches would consume oxygen and produce toxic smoke
in confined spaces? How did they communicate and coordinate across the vast tunnel networks? And most intriguingly, what happened to them in the end? The excavation question is particularly vexing. At Derinkuyu alone, the volume of rock removed exceeds several 100,000 cubic meters. The Longyou caves in China represent over 1,000,000 cubic meters. These massive quantities of stone had to go somewhere. If the material was used for construction, where are the buildings? If it was simply dumped as waste, where are the massive spoil heaps that should be visible in the archaeological and geological record? Some researchers have suggested that the excavated material was pulverized to fine powder and dispersed, or that it was used to create earthworks that have since eroded away. Others propose that much of the excavation was done from the bottom up, with crews working in natural caves and expanding them, so that excavated material could be dumped into lower chambers that were then sealed off. But none of these explanations is entirely satisfactory. A few bold researchers have proposed more radical solutions. What if the stone was not physically removed at all, but transformed? What if the ancient builders possessed knowledge of chemistry or even transmutation that allowed them to change the molecular structure of rock, converting it to soil or ash or some other material that could be easily removed? This sounds like alchemy or magic, but chemistry is real science. And if an ancient civilization had developed chemical techniques we have not rediscovered, they might have been capable of things that seem impossible to us. The lighting question is equally mysterious. Burning torches or oil lamps in underground spaces produces carbon monoxide and depletes oxygen, making them unsuitable for prolonged work in confined areas. Yet somehow the builders illuminated their work enough to achieve the precision we see in the finished chambers. Did they use mirrors and shafts to channel sunlight deep underground? Did they possess some form of luminescent material or chemical light source? Or did they have something even more advanced? Perhaps electrical lighting, powered by geothermal or other energy sources. In some Egyptian temples, the walls feature images that controversial researchers have interpreted as ancient light bulbs. Elongated objects that appear to glow, connected by cables to boxes that resemble batteries. Mainstream Egyptology dismisses these as symbolic representations of mythological concepts. But engineers looking at the same images see technical diagrams of electrical devices. The Baghdad Battery, a ceramic jar containing a copper cylinder and iron rod found in Iraq and dating to approximately 250 BC, demonstrates that ancient peoples understood at least basic principles of electrochemistry. Could earlier civilizations have possessed more advanced versions of such technology? The communication and coordination question becomes critical when you consider the scale of the tunnel networks. In Cappadocia, tunnels extend for miles, connecting dozens of underground cities. How did workers in different sections coordinate their efforts to ensure tunnels met up correctly? How did they maintain consistent elevations and directions over such long distances underground, where they could not see the stars or landmarks for navigation? Modern tunnel engineering uses laser guidance, GPS, and constant surveying to ensure accuracy. Ancient engineers would have needed some equivalent method. Perhaps they used long sight lines with torches or mirrors, calculating angles and distances mathematically. Perhaps they employed some form of acoustic signaling, using the excellent sound transmission properties of rock to coordinate between distant work crews. Or perhaps they had techniques we cannot even imagine, methods that would seem like magic to us, but were simply applied science to them. And finally, what happened to these architects of the deep? Why did their civilization end? Why did the knowledge disappear? The underground cities show evidence of abandonment, but not sudden, catastrophic abandonment. Many were sealed deliberately, with defensive stone doors rolled into place from the inside, suggesting organized departure rather than panicked flight. Some sections show evidence of being systematically closed off and filled in, as if the inhabitants were erasing traces of their presence. Other sections remained accessible and were later reoccupied by peoples who clearly did not build the original structures, but adapted them for their own use. One possibility is that the underground dwellers eventually returned to the surface as conditions improved, but over generations lost the specific technical knowledge that had allowed their ancestors to create the subterranean cities. Oral traditions would preserve memories of the underground time, but practical engineering knowledge requires hands-on teaching and practice.
If several generations passed without new underground construction being necessary, the specialized skills would fade away. Another possibility is more disturbing. Perhaps the underground civilization did not simply fade away. Perhaps it was destroyed. Wars between surface and underground peoples, conflicts over resources, or even internecine warfare within the underground empire itself could have shattered the civilization and scattered the survivors. If the knowledge was concentrated in a priestly or engineering class, and that class was destroyed or dispersed, the knowledge would be lost even if the general population survived. There is also the question of genetic bottlenecks and sustainability. Long-term underground habitation presents serious challenges for human health. Lack of sunlight affects vitamin D production, calcium metabolism, and circadian rhythms. Limited genetic diversity in small, isolated populations can lead to inbreeding and genetic disorders. Disease could spread rapidly in confined spaces. Perhaps over centuries of underground living, the population declined or suffered health problems that eventually forced survivors back to the surface, where they had to relearn surface living skills and abandoned the now unnecessary underground cities. What we can say with certainty is that whoever built these structures possessed knowledge and capabilities that exceed what mainstream archaeology attributes to prehistoric peoples. They were not primitive. They were not simple. They were sophisticated, organized, and technically proficient in ways that demand explanation. The evidence is carved in stone, buried in bedrock, waiting beneath our feet for anyone willing to look honestly at what it reveals. The architects of the deep were real. They built wonders that lasted millennia. They solved engineering problems that challenge us today. And they did all this at a time when we are told humans were barely more than clever animals.
The cognitive dissonance created by this evidence is profound.
We want to believe our civilization represents the pinnacle of human achievement, that we have surpassed all that came before. The existence of sophisticated ancient engineering threatens that comfortable narrative. It suggests that human capability is not steadily increasing over time, but cyclical, with periods of advancement and collapse, knowledge gained and lost, civilizations rising and falling in rhythms that span millennia. If we are honest about the evidence, we must conclude that the architects of the deep represent a lost chapter of human history, a civilization whose achievements have been systematically minimized or ignored because they do not fit the approved timeline. They were the survivors of catastrophe who refused to let their knowledge die, who carved new cities from living rock and maintained their culture in the depths until the surface world could be reclaimed. And somewhere in those depths, in chambers not yet discovered, in sealed passages that have not seen light for 10,000 years, their secrets still wait. Secrets of who they were, where they came from, and what knowledge they possessed that we have lost.
Secrets that could transform our understanding of human history, human capability, and the true age of civilization on this planet. The question is whether we have the courage to seek those secrets, or whether we will continue to ignore the whispers of the architects echoing through the ages from the deep places of the earth. Cities beyond imagination. The tour guide's flashlight beam cuts through the darkness, illuminating stone walls that have stood for millennia. You are 70 meters beneath the surface, standing in a carved chamber that once housed families, children, livestock. The air is cool and slightly damp, carrying the weight of ages. Above you, 8 more levels rise toward the surface.
Below you, 9 more levels descend into depths that are closed to tourists, depths that even archaeologists have not fully explored. This is Derinkuyu, and it is only one of hundreds. The numbers alone are staggering. The city descends 18 stories into the earth, reaching a depth of approximately 85 meters. It covers an area of roughly 4 square kilometers. Conservative estimates suggest it could house 20,000 people, though some researchers believe the actual capacity may have been much higher, possibly accommodating up to 50,000 inhabitants if every chamber and tunnel was utilized. 20,000 people, living underground, for months or possibly years at a time. Think about what that means. 20,000 people need food, water, sanitation, fresh air, living space, workspace, storage, waste management, and social organization. They need spaces for cooking, for sleeping, for raising children, for keeping animals, for storing grain, for pressing wine, for worship, for gathering, for commerce, for all the activities that make up a functioning society. Derinkuyu has all of this, and the sophistication of its design suggests the builders understood urban planning at a level that would not be out of place in a modern city. The ventilation system alone represents an engineering marvel that mainstream archaeology struggles to explain. 52 ventilation shafts run through the complex, some reaching depths of nearly 90 meters. These are not simple holes drilled through rock. They are precisely engineered passages that create a self-regulating air circulation system using nothing but natural convection. Warm air rises, cold air sinks. This basic principle of physics was exploited by the ancient engineers to create a passive ventilation system that could provide fresh air to 18 underground levels without any mechanical pumps or fans. The shafts are positioned and angled to maximize airflow, with intake points on the surface designed to catch prevailing winds and exhaust points positioned to create negative pressure that pulls stale air upward. The largest ventilation shaft also serves as a well, accessing an underground aquifer that provides clean drinking water. This dual-purpose design is brilliant. The shaft brings down not just air, but water, both essential for life, in a single structure. And because the well extends deep into the earth, tapping water sources far below the surface, it cannot be poisoned by enemies or contaminated by surface pollution. Consider the engineering knowledge required to design such a system. You need to understand air pressure, temperature differentials, and fluid dynamics. You need to calculate the volume of air required for different population levels and activity rates. You need to know where underground water sources exist and how to access them without destabilizing the structure above. You need to test and refine your designs to ensure they work reliably under varying conditions. This is not trial and error. This is systematic engineering based on scientific understanding. The water management system extends beyond the ventilation wells. Throughout Derinkuyu, you find channels carved into the floors and walls, directing water from source areas to where it is needed. Then,
channeling wastewater away to collection points and eventually to drainage systems that carry it out of the city entirely. The channels are graded at precise angles to ensure consistent flow without pumps or other mechanical assistance. Some channels include settling pools, where sediment can accumulate and be removed, preventing the system from clogging. Others feature branch points where water can be diverted to different areas as needed. The entire system is designed with redundancy, so that damage or blockage in one section does not compromise the entire network.
Modern cities struggle with water management. We require complex networks of pipes, pumps, treatment facilities, and constant maintenance to keep water flowing reliably. The ancient builders of Derinkuyu created a system that functioned for centuries with minimal maintenance, using nothing but gravity and clever design. The defensive features of the city demonstrate equally sophisticated planning. Each level can be sealed off from the levels above and below using massive circular stone doors. These doors, some weighing up to half a ton, are carved from single pieces of rock and designed to roll into place across tunnel entrances. The genius of the design is that they can only be moved from the inside. External attackers would find it nearly impossible to force their way through. The doors include small holes that defenders could use to stab through with spears or pour boiling oil, making any attempt to block the door or force entry extremely hazardous. Narrow passages force attackers into single file, eliminating numerical advantage. Sudden elevation changes create choke points, where few defenders could hold off many attackers. The entire layout suggests detailed thinking about defensive strategy and how to maximize defensive advantages in underground fighting. But defense was clearly not the only consideration. The city includes spaces obviously designed for quality of life, not just survival. There are communal gathering halls large enough to hold hundreds of people. There are smaller private chambers that appear to be family dwellings, with carved alcoves for sleeping and storage. There are workshops where evidence suggests people practiced various crafts and trades. Most intriguing are the religious or ceremonial spaces. Several chambers feature carved crosses and other Christian symbols, but these are clearly later additions, carved over or around older symbols that have been deliberately defaced or obscured. The original purpose of these ceremonial spaces remains unknown, but their size and positioning suggest they held significant importance in the social life of the city. The city also includes extensive storage facilities. Massive chambers with stable temperature and humidity levels served as granaries, wine cellars, and general storage for all the supplies needed to sustain the population. Some storage chambers feature large ceramic vessels called pithoi, embedded in the floors and walls, each one capable of holding hundreds of liters of grain, oil, or wine. The presence of wine pressing facilities and fermentation chambers suggests the inhabitants were not merely surviving, but maintaining a degree of cultural sophistication and comfort. Wine production requires time, resources, and stability. You do not invest in winemaking if you are barely managing to survive. Wine represents surplus resources, leisure time, and the desire to preserve not just life, but quality of life. Animal pens appear throughout the city, designed to hold cattle, sheep, and other livestock. The floors are slightly graded for drainage, and channels carry waste away from living areas. The pens are positioned near ventilation shafts to manage odor and provide fresh air for the animals. This suggests the inhabitants brought their herds underground with them,
maintaining their pastoral lifestyle, even in the depths. The sophistication extends to lighting and heating. While much of the city would have been dark, certain key areas show evidence of elaborate systems for managing light and heat. Some chambers feature smoke-blackened ceilings and walls, indicating the use of fire for light, heat, and cooking. But the smoke had to go somewhere, and traces of soot appear in ventilation shafts, showing that the smoke management system was integrated with the air circulation system. Some researchers have noted that certain chambers seem to retain heat unusually well, suggesting the use of geothermal principles. The temperature in the deepest levels remains relatively constant year-round, typically around 13 degrees Celsius, regardless of surface conditions. This is warm enough to prevent freezing, but cool enough to preserve food stores. In some chambers, there are indications that residents may have used this stable temperature as a baseline, then added heat sources as needed to achieve comfortable living conditions. The layout of Derinkuyu reveals sophisticated urban planning principles. Different levels served different functions, with some specialization by depth. Upper levels, closer to the surface and easier to access, tended to house communal facilities, storage, and workshops. Middle levels contained living quarters and smaller communal spaces. Lower levels included additional storage, emergency shelters, and possibly areas reserved for specific purposes that remain unclear. This vertical zoning makes practical sense. In an emergency, people could retreat to lower levels, sealing upper levels behind them as they descended. The deepest levels, farthest from any surface entry point, would be the most secure, serving as a final refuge if everything else was compromised. The presence of wells and ventilation shafts reaching to these deepest levels ensured that residents could survive there for extended periods if necessary. The tunnel system connecting different sections of the city is equally impressive. Passages are sized appropriately for their function. Wide corridors for main thoroughfares where people and animals moved regularly. Narrower passages for access to secondary areas, and very narrow passages that may have served as emergency escape routes or concealed connections between sections. Some tunnels include alcoves carved at regular intervals, possibly serving as resting points or stations where guards could be posted.
Others feature sudden turns and elevation changes that would slow any unauthorized movement through the system. The entire layout suggests the designers thought carefully about traffic flow, security, and emergency scenarios. But Derinkuyu is not unique. It is not even the largest underground city in Cappadocia. Nearby Kaymaklı descends 8 levels and may have housed as many as 10,000 people. Özkonak features 10 levels and includes sophisticated defensive features like oil traps that could be triggered to rain burning liquid down on invaders. Maza, Derinkuyu's sister city, features similar construction and was connected to Derinkuyu by a tunnel that stretches several kilometers underground. In total, more than 40 underground cities have been identified in the Cappadocia region, and surveys suggest hundreds more may exist, some still completely undiscovered, others partially known but not excavated. The underground volume represented by these cities is almost incomprehensible. We are looking at thousands of cubic meters of hand-carved space, representing millions of hours of labor and coordination across potentially centuries of construction. And Cappadocia is just one region. Similar structures exist worldwide, each one demonstrating comparable sophistication and scale. In China,
The Longyou caves present a different architectural approach but equal scale. Instead of descending vertically like Derinkuyu, the Longyou caves are carved horizontally into hillsides, creating massive chambers connected by passages. The largest chamber, designated Cave 1, covers an area of over 3,000 square meters, with a ceiling height reaching nearly 30 meters at the center. The interior features regularly spaced columns carved from the living rock, supporting the ceiling and creating a cathedral-like space underground. The precision of the carving is remarkable. The walls are straight and perpendicular. The columns are evenly spaced and identically shaped.
The ceiling is smooth and follows regular geometric patterns.
This level of consistency across such a large area suggests either extensive planning with detailed architectural drawings or the use of templates and measuring systems that ensured uniformity. The decorative elements add another layer of mystery. The walls and columns feature shallow carvings of birds, fish, and geometric patterns. These are not crude scratches, but carefully executed designs that required time and skill. Why decorate a cave, unless it was not meant to be a cave at all, but a living space, a temple, or a civic center that deserved aesthetic consideration? The Longyou caves show no evidence of soot or smoke damage, suggesting they were not lit by torches or oil lamps. So how did the ancient builders illuminate their work during construction? And how did inhabitants see once the caves were completed? This remains unexplained. In India, the rock-cut architecture reaches perhaps its most elaborate expression in the cave temples of Ellora and Ajanta. While these sites are officially recognized as Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain religious centers dating from approximately 600 to 1000 AD, the oldest caves show construction techniques and weathering patterns that some researchers argue could indicate much greater age. The Kailasa temple at Ellora is particularly astounding. Carved from a single cliff face, it required the removal of approximately 200,000 tons of rock. The temple is not built up from blocks. It is carved down from the top, with sculptors starting at the cliff face and cutting away everything that was not temple. The resulting structure stands over 100 feet high and covers an area twice the size of the Parthenon in Athens. Consider what this means. The architects had to envision the entire finished structure before beginning, because there was no opportunity for revision. One miscalculation, one cutting error, and the entire project would be ruined.
The mathematical and spatial reasoning required to plan such a project, then execute it flawlessly, suggests cognitive capabilities at the highest level. The Kailasa temple includes elaborate carvings, multiple stories, internal chambers, courtyards, and sculptural elements depicting various deities and mythological scenes. All of this carved from solid rock. All of this planned and executed without the ability to revise or correct major errors. The precision and ambition are breathtaking. The Barabar Caves, the oldest rock-cut caves in India, demonstrate a different kind of mastery. Here, the focus is not on elaborate decoration, but on achieving perfectly smooth surfaces with remarkable acoustic properties. The Lomas Rishi Cave features an entrance carved to precisely mimic wooden architecture, with such fine detail that the stone appears to have been carved while soft and pliable. Inside, the walls are polished to a mirror-like finish, not merely smooth, but genuinely reflective, capable of showing your image like polished metal. Achieving this level of smoothness in granite requires not just patience, but technique.
Experiments attempting to replicate the surfaces using abrasives and hand tools have failed to achieve comparable results. Whatever methods were used remain unclear. In Peru, the underground structures take yet another form. The tunnels beneath Sacsayhuaman and Cusco are less like cities and more like extensive networks, possibly serving for transportation, communication, or purposes we have not yet determined. Spanish accounts from the conquest describe vast subterranean passages connecting different parts of the Inca Empire, allowing rapid communication and travel regardless of surface conditions. One Spanish chronicler described a tunnel system that allegedly ran from Cusco to the coast, a distance of hundreds of miles.
While this sounds impossible, indigenous accounts consistently mention such tunnels, and occasional discoveries of underground passages during modern construction projects lend credence to the stories. In 1923, a team exploring tunnels beneath Cusco reportedly traveled for several days underground, discovering chambers filled with artifacts before authorities sealed the entrance and classified their findings. The precision of Inca stonework is legendary. At Sacsayhuaman, massive blocks weighing over 100 tons are fitted together so perfectly that you cannot insert a knife blade between them. The blocks are not rectangular, but feature complex interlocking shapes with multiple faces and angles. How were these shapes designed? How were they cut? How were blocks weighing hundreds of tons transported and positioned with such exactitude? The official explanation involves bronze tools, stone hammers, and enormous amounts of labor and time. But experiments attempting to replicate the work using these methods have produced at best crude approximations. The ancient stonework demonstrates a level of precision that seems to require either tools harder than the stone being cut or techniques we have not discovered. Some blocks at Sacsayhuaman show curious features: small circular holes, shallow grooves, and in some cases what appear to be vitrified surfaces, where the stone seems to have been partially melted. Mainstream archaeology does not have satisfactory explanations for these features, generally dismissing them as natural weathering or effects of unknown ceremonial practices. Alternative researchers see them as evidence of advanced technology, possibly thermal or sonic tools that could modify stone in ways beyond simple cutting. Beneath these surface marvels lie the tunnels, extensive and largely unexplored. Entrances are known to local populations, but closely guarded. The Peruvian government restricts access, officially due to safety concerns, though rumors persist of more deliberate concealment. What is being hidden? What lies in the depths beneath the most famous archaeological sites in South America? In Malta, beyond the hypogeum, the entire island seems to rest on a foundation of tunnels and chambers. During World War II, the British military used some of these spaces as shelters and storage facilities, but they encountered passages that extended far beyond what they needed, passages that suggested much older construction. After the war, many of these passages were sealed, and records were classified. Local tradition speaks of tunnels connecting Malta to Sicily, a distance of some 60 miles across the Mediterranean. This sounds absurd until you consider that similar claims are made about tunnels under other bodies of water, and that modern tunnel engineering has achieved comparable feats. The Channel Tunnel connecting Britain and France extends for over 30 miles beneath the English Channel. If modern engineers can achieve such feats, is it impossible that ancient engineers with different techniques might have accomplished similar projects? In 2009, construction workers in Valletta, Malta's capital, broke through into an unknown tunnel system
while excavating for a building foundation. The tunnels extended in multiple directions and appeared very old. Authorities quickly sealed the entrance and removed the workers, and no official report of the discovery was ever published. Photographs and witness accounts circulated online before being suppressed, showing passages carved from limestone extending into darkness. The pattern repeats across the globe. In Scotland, the Orkney Islands feature Neolithic sites like Skara Brae and the Ness of Brodgar, where underground chambers show sophisticated construction techniques. In Ireland, Newgrange and similar passage tombs demonstrate astronomical knowledge and architectural sophistication dating to approximately 3200 BC. In Spain, the dolmens of Antequera include massive underground chambers built with stones weighing over 100 tons. Each site, examined individually, might be dismissed as an anomaly or outlier, an exceptional achievement by a particularly gifted culture at a particular moment in history. But, taken together, the sites reveal a pattern. They reveal a consistent level of capability, a shared approach to underground construction, and a global distribution that suggests either a common origin or extensive cultural contact during the period of construction. The conventional historical model cannot adequately explain this pattern. We are told that human societies developed independently in different regions, with no contact between Old World and New World civilizations until European exploration in the 15th century. Yet, we find similar architectural approaches, similar engineering solutions, and similar construction techniques on every inhabited continent, dating to roughly the same prehistoric period. Either these capabilities evolved independently multiple times, which would be an extraordinary coincidence, or there was some form of contact and knowledge transfer that the conventional model does not acknowledge. The underground cities and structures might represent a shared inheritance from an earlier global civilization, with different regions preserving and adapting the original knowledge in their own ways. Inside these cities, whether in Turkey or China or Peru, you feel something that transcends academic arguments about dates and theories. You feel the presence of human ambition and ingenuity operating at scales we rarely achieve today.
You feel the weight of vanished civilizations, peoples who lived and loved and died in these chambers, who raised children who knew no other home but stone tunnels and carved halls. Imagine being a child born in Derinkuyu, never seeing the sun for the first years of your life. Your entire world is stone walls and flickering lamplight, underground springs and passages that twist into darkness. You learn to navigate by touch and memory, to understand the subtle air currents that indicate different levels and sections. You help tend the animals in their pens, help grind grain in the underground mills, help draw water from the deep wells. And yet, you are not primitive or impoverished. Your city has everything your people need. There is food, water, community, safety. There are stories told by elders about the surface world, about the stars and sun and open sky. There are ceremonies in the great halls, gatherings where the entire community celebrates and mourns together. There is continuity, tradition, purpose. This is not mere survival. This is civilization, adapted to extraordinary circumstances, but maintaining its essential character.
The human drive to create, to organize, to build something greater than any individual, to pass knowledge and culture forward to future generations. The cities beyond imagination are real. They exist beneath our feet, carved into the bones of the earth, waiting in silence to tell their stories to anyone willing to listen. They speak of human capability far exceeding what we have been taught. They speak of knowledge that was old when the pyramids were young. They speak of an empire that thrived in the depths when the surface world was dying.
And they ask us a question that echoes through millennia. If we have forgotten such marvels once, what else have we forgotten? What other chapters of human history have been lost or hidden? And when the next catastrophe comes, as catastrophes inevitably do, will we possess the knowledge and the will to survive as our ancestors did? The answers wait in the darkness, in chambers not yet discovered, in tunnels that lead to places modern archaeology fears to explore. The cities beyond imagination are only the beginning. The empire beneath our feet is vaster than we know, older than we admit, and more important than we dare to believe. The global connection. The bronze compass was discovered in a sealed chamber beneath the ancient city of Tiwanaku, Bolivia, at an altitude of 13,000 feet in the Andes Mountains. It should not exist. The compass itself, analyzed by metallurgists, shows a composition of bronze alloyed with trace elements in proportions that suggest sophisticated metallurgical knowledge. But it is not the compass itself that disturbs researchers. It is the symbols carved into its surface. The symbols match, nearly perfectly, with markings found in an underground chamber in Cappadocia, Turkey, 7,000 miles away, across an ocean that supposedly no prehistoric culture could cross, in regions that had no contact according to conventional history. Yet there they are. The same geometric patterns, the same stylized representations of what appear to be celestial objects, the same arrangement of dots and lines that some researchers interpret as a star map or navigation chart. The symbols are not vaguely similar. They are identical. This is not an isolated anomaly. Once you start looking for connections between the underground structures scattered across the globe, they appear with disturbing frequency. Architectural similarities, engineering techniques, artistic motifs, astronomical alignments, and perhaps most intriguing, evidence of trade goods and materials that could not have originated locally, suggesting extensive networks of commerce and communication stretching across continents and oceans. The conventional model of ancient history presents human development as occurring in isolated pockets: Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, China, and Mesoamerica, each developing independently with no significant contact until much later in history. The Atlantic Ocean, we are told, was an impenetrable barrier until Norse and later European explorers crossed it. The Pacific was even more isolating, with no contact between Asian and American peoples until the modern era. This model is being shattered by accumulating evidence that refuses to fit the approved narrative. Start with the most obvious connection: architectural style. The megalithic construction techniques seen at Sacsayhuaman in Peru bear striking resemblance to the megalithic work at sites in the Mediterranean and Middle East. In both regions, you find massive polygonal stones,
often weighing dozens or hundreds of tons, fitted together with such precision that mortar is unnecessary. The stones feature complex interlocking shapes with multiple faces and angles, a construction method that is extremely difficult to execute, but provides superior earthquake resistance. Why would cultures separated by an ocean develop identical, complex construction techniques? The standard explanation is convergent evolution. When humans face similar challenges, they develop similar solutions. But this explanation works for simple technologies like stone tools or pottery. It becomes less convincing when dealing with highly specialized techniques that require extensive trial and error to develop. The precision stone cutting, the acoustic engineering, the astronomical alignments, the underground construction methods. These are not simple solutions that any culture would naturally discover. They are sophisticated techniques that require accumulated knowledge, specialized training, and cultural transmission over many generations. Finding them replicated across continents suggests not independent development, but shared knowledge, either through direct contact or inheritance from a common ancestral civilization. The astronomical alignments provide another layer of evidence. Sites around the world, from Stonehenge to Angkor Wat to the pyramids of Giza to the underground chambers in Malta, all incorporate precise alignments to celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, the rising of specific stars, and in some cases, celestial events that only occur over very long time periods. The Great Pyramid at Giza aligns to true north with an accuracy that was not matched by any construction until the 20th century, deviating by only 3/60ths of a single degree. The pyramid's dimensions encode mathematical relationships including pi and the golden ratio. The shafts inside the pyramid point to specific stars, including Orion's belt and Sirius, stars that were significant in Egyptian mythology, but also appear in the myths and astronomical observations of cultures worldwide. In Angkor Wat in Cambodia, the temple complex is precisely aligned to the spring equinox, with the sun rising directly over the central tower on that day. The layout of the complex mirrors the constellation Draco as it appeared in 10,500 BC, a date thousands of years before the conventional construction date. Why would medieval Khmer builders encode such an ancient astronomical configuration into their temple, unless they were working from much older knowledge or plans? At Tiwanaku in Bolivia, the Kalasasaya temple features astronomical alignments that are accurate for a date of approximately 15,000 BC, though the conventional dating of the site is around 200 BC to 600 AD.
The alignments track the obliquity of the ecliptic, the angle of Earth's axis relative to its orbital plane, which changes slowly over thousands of years. The alignments at Tiwanaku correspond to the angle that existed in the distant past, not to the angle during the period when the temple was supposedly built. Either the builders were working from extremely ancient astronomical records, or the site itself is much older than acknowledged, or both. In any case, the implication is that sophisticated astronomical knowledge existed in South America at a date far earlier than conventional history allows. The same astronomical markers appear in underground structures. The hypogeum in Malta features chambers aligned to the winter solstice, with light penetrating into specific rooms only on that day. Underground complexes in Cappadocia include shafts that align to equinoxes and the rising of particular stars. Even the Longyu caves in China show evidence of astronomical considerations in their layout and orientation. This suggests that the builders of these underground structures were part of a culture that placed great importance on astronomical observation
and incorporated this knowledge into their most significant constructions. But more than that, it suggests a shared astronomical knowledge base, a common understanding of celestial mechanics that was distributed across the ancient world. How was this knowledge transmitted? Through what networks of communication and commerce did information flow in the prehistoric period? The evidence points to extensive maritime trade networks operating long before conventional history acknowledges. Consider the materials found in various sites. In Egypt, cocaine and nicotine residues have been found in mummies, including the famous mummy of Ramses II. Cocaine comes from coca plants native to South America. Nicotine comes from tobacco, also native to the Americas.
These substances should not exist in Egyptian mummies if there was no contact between Egypt and the Americas. The findings have been repeatedly confirmed by independent laboratories, yet they remain controversial because they contradict the established historical model. In China, jade artifacts have been found that genetic analysis shows came from deposits in Central America. The jade traveled across the Pacific Ocean, a journey of thousands of miles in the prehistoric period. How? By accident? Or through deliberate trade routes maintained by cultures capable of transoceanic navigation? In Peru, pottery styles from the Valdivia culture show striking similarities to Jomon pottery from Japan, both dating to approximately 3000 BC. The similarities are so specific, particular decorative techniques, vessel shapes, and manufacturing methods, that independent invention seems unlikely. Did Japanese seafarers reach South America? Did South Americans reach Japan? Or did both receive influences from a third source? In the Mediterranean, tin bronze becomes common around 3200 BC, but tin deposits are rare in the region. The tin must have been imported, probably from Cornwall in Britain or from deposits in Central Asia. This requires extensive trade networks operating across thousands of miles, with commercial relationships sophisticated enough to maintain reliable supplies of strategic materials over generations. The ancient Phoenicians were legendary sailors who supposedly discovered the Atlantic trade routes. But accumulating evidence suggests they were following much older routes, paths across the ocean that had been known and used for millennia before Phoenician ships sailed them. Ancient harbors have been found submerged off coastlines around the world, dating to periods when sea levels were much lower, suggesting maritime civilizations operated during the last ice age when continental shelves were exposed. The underwater structures discovered off the coast of Japan, India, Cuba, and elsewhere may represent the port facilities of this ancient maritime civilization. If so, the underground structures we find today might be the highland refuges of coastal peoples who fled inland and upward as seas rose at the end of the Ice Age, preserving their knowledge and culture in subterranean cities while their coastal centers were drowned. This would explain the sudden appearance of advanced civilization in places like Egypt and Mesopotamia around 3000 BC. These were not cultures developing in isolation, but inheritors of much older knowledge, refugees from a destroyed maritime civilization who brought their astronomical learning, their engineering techniques, and their cultural traditions to new homes and passed them on to new peoples.
The Göbekli Tepe site in Turkey, dating to 9600 BC, shows this pattern clearly. The site appears suddenly, fully formed, with no evidence of gradual development. The construction techniques, the artistic sophistication, and the astronomical knowledge all suggest mature civilization, not primitive beginnings. Then the site was deliberately buried around 8000 BC, carefully covered with rubble and soil as if preserving it for a future generation. Why bury such an important site? Perhaps because the people were leaving, migrating elsewhere, and wanted to protect their sacred place. Or perhaps because they were going underground, literally, constructing the subterranean cities that would shelter them through the climate catastrophe of the Younger Dryas period. The linguistic evidence provides another thread in this tapestry. Certain words appear in languages around the world with similar meanings and similar sounds, despite these languages supposedly developing independently with no contact. Words relating to water, to sky, to basic numbers, show patterns that linguists struggle to explain through normal language evolution. The word for mother, for example, appears as mama, mater, ma, and similar variations in languages across Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas. This could be coincidence, or it could reflect a common ancestral language, a proto-human tongue spoken before languages diverged. If such a language existed, it would imply a level of human cultural unity in the distant past that conventional history denies. The Basque language, spoken in northern Spain and southern France, has no clear relationship to any other European language. It appears to be a linguistic isolate, a survivor from an earlier era. Some researchers have noted similarities between Basque and certain indigenous American languages, particularly in verb structures and grammatical patterns. If these similarities are real rather than coincidental, they suggest contact between Europe and the Americas at a date far earlier than official history allows. Similar linguistic anomalies appear worldwide. The Ainu people of northern Japan speak a language unrelated to Japanese or any other Asian tongue. The Dravidian languages of southern India show no relationship to the Indo-European languages of northern India. These isolated languages may be remnants of earlier, more widespread language families, survivors of catastrophes that destroyed most speakers but left pockets of the old tongue in isolated regions. The mythology and religious symbolism provide perhaps the most compelling evidence of global connection. Across the world, separated cultures tell strikingly similar stories. The flood myth appears in nearly every ancient culture. Mesopotamian, Hebrew, Greek, Indian, Chinese, Mayan, Inca, and Native American traditions all describe a great flood that destroyed civilization, with only a few survivors who repopulated the world. The details vary, but the core story remains consistent. A time of wickedness or corruption, divine judgment through water, a chosen remnant who survive by building a vessel or fleeing to high ground, and the emergence of a new world after the waters recede. These stories are typically dismissed as natural responses to local flood events, but the consistency across cultures that supposedly had no contact is remarkable. Moreover, geological evidence confirms that massive flooding did occur at the end of the last ice age, as glaciers melted and sea levels rose rapidly. The flood myths may preserve genuine memories of this catastrophic period, passed down through oral tradition for thousands of years. The serpent or dragon appears as a significant symbol in cultures worldwide. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent of Mesoamerica. The Nagas of India and Southeast Asia. The dragon of Chinese mythology. The serpent of Eden in Hebrew scripture. The dragon slain by various heroes in European mythology. These beings are described as powerful, often associated with wisdom and water, sometimes beneficial and sometimes threatening. Why would cultures with no contact all develop serpent deities and dragon myths? The standard explanation invokes universal fear of snakes or symbolic representations of natural forces, but this fails to explain the specific similarities in how these beings are depicted, often with wings or feathers, often associated with sacred knowledge, often connected to creation myths and the origins of civilization. The concept of 7 sages, or culture heroes who bring civilization to primitive humanity, appears in Sumerian, Egyptian, Indian, Chinese, and South American traditions. In Sumerian mythology, the Apkallu were 7 sages who taught humanity the arts of civilization before the flood. In Hindu tradition, the 7 rishis preserved knowledge through cycles of creation and destruction.
In various traditions, these culture heroes are described as coming from across the sea, bringing advanced knowledge to primitive peoples, then departing with the promise to return one day. These stories may preserve memories of contact with a more advanced civilization, perhaps the builders of the underground cities, who emerged periodically to share knowledge with surface dwellers. Or they may describe a priestly class who preserved ancient learning through catastrophe, and gradually reintroduced it as conditions allowed. The pyramids and pyramid-shaped structures appear on every continent. Egypt's pyramids are famous, but less well known are the pyramids of Sudan, which actually outnumber Egyptian pyramids. China has numerous pyramids, though the government has restricted access and study. The Americas have pyramid structures from the Mississippian mounds in North America to the Great Pyramids of Mexico and the stepped platforms of Peru. These structures share certain features beyond just pyramid shape. Precise astronomical alignments, incorporation of mathematical ratios, and in many cases, association with underground chambers or passages. The pyramids may have served multiple functions: tombs, temples, astronomical observatories, but they also may have served as markers, indicating the locations of underground facilities to those who knew how to read them. The symbol of the cross appears in pre-Christian cultures worldwide, long before Christianity emerged. In Egypt, the Ankh symbolized life. In the Americas, the Maya, Aztec, and Inca all used cross symbols with various meanings. In India, the swastika is an ancient symbol of auspiciousness. The cross in various forms appears in Celtic, Germanic, and Slavic traditions. This widespread use of similar symbols suggests either universal human responses to certain geometric forms or transmission of symbols across cultures through contact and trade. Underground passages and tunnel systems appear in myths and legends worldwide, often described as ways to travel rapidly between distant locations. Greek myths speak of passages through Hades connecting different regions. Celtic legends describe the Sidhe, underground realms where fairy folk dwelt. Hindu texts mention vast subterranean worlds called Patala. Tibetan traditions speak of Shambhala, an underground kingdom preserving ancient wisdom. South American legends describe tunnels through which the gods traveled.
These stories are typically classified as mythology or folklore. But what if they preserve memories of real tunnel systems, the underground networks we are only now beginning to rediscover? If an extensive global network of tunnels once existed, maintained by an advanced civilization, their gradual abandonment and rediscovery by later peoples would naturally generate myths and legends about mysterious underground realms. The Piri-Reis map of 1513 shows the coastline of Antarctica, accurately depicting features that should have been unknown at the time because they were covered by ice. The mapmaker noted that he compiled his map from earlier sources, some dating to the time of Alexander the Great or earlier. How did ancient mapmakers have accurate information about Antarctica's coastline? The only explanation is that the coastline was mapped when it was ice-free, which requires pushing the date back thousands of years to before the ice sheets formed. Similar anomalies appear in other ancient maps. The Orontius Finaeus map of 1531 shows Antarctica centered on the South Pole, with rivers and mountains accurately depicted. The Buache map of 1754 shows Antarctica as two separate landmasses beneath the ice, a fact not confirmed until the 20th century using seismic surveys.
These map makers were clearly working from much older source maps, created by people who had sophisticated geographical knowledge and the capability to conduct surveys at a global scale. The implication is clear. A maritime civilization with advanced navigation and cartography existed in the distant past, operating across the world's oceans, maintaining trade routes between continents, and preserving geographical knowledge that was later lost and only partially recovered by later cultures. This civilization built the underground structures we find today. They created the tunnel networks that connected distant sites. They established the astronomical observatories and encoded celestial knowledge into monuments that would survive for millennia. They developed the engineering techniques that still puzzle us today. And when catastrophe struck, they went underground, preserving what they could while the surface world burned and froze and drowned. Over centuries or millennia, the survivors of this underground empire gradually re-emerged. They brought with them fragments of the old knowledge, stories of gods and heroes, astronomical observations, engineering techniques, symbols and beliefs. They seeded new civilizations in multiple locations: Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, China, the Americas. Each of these inheritor civilizations preserved different aspects of the original knowledge, adapted it to local conditions and needs, and eventually developed their own unique cultures while retaining core elements from the common source. This explains why we find such striking similarities across ancient civilizations, despite supposed lack of contact. They were not developing independently. They were all inheritors of the same ancient legacy, branches of the same tree, preserving and adapting knowledge from the underground empire that came before. The global connection is not speculation. It is the only explanation that adequately accounts for the evidence. The architectural similarities, the astronomical knowledge, the trade goods, the myths and symbols, the underground structures themselves, all of it points to a level of global integration in prehistory that conventional history refuses to acknowledge. We are not the first global civilization. We are at best the second, possibly the third or fourth, and the evidence of those earlier civilizations lies beneath our feet, carved in stone, waiting in darkness,
preserved in stories that we have dismissed as mere mythology. The underground empire was real, it was global, it was advanced. And it is time we stopped pretending otherwise and started seriously investigating what our ancestors accomplished and what knowledge they preserved for us in the depths of the earth. Technologies lost to time. The granite box sits in a dim corner of the Cairo Museum, largely ignored by tourists rushing past to see the golden treasures of Tutankhamun. It measures approximately 8 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 3 feet deep, carved from a single block of rose granite weighing somewhere around 70 tons. The interior surfaces are perfectly flat and smooth. The corners are precise right angles. The walls are uniform thickness throughout. Dr. Christopher Dunn brought his precision measuring instruments and was granted permission to examine the box thoroughly. What he found defied explanation. The flatness of the interior surfaces measured within 0.002 of an inch across the entire area. The right angles of the corners were accurate to within a few arc seconds. The parallel surfaces were parallel to tolerances that would challenge modern machine shops. But it was not just the precision that disturbed him. It was the tool marks. Under magnification, the interior surfaces showed parallel striations, perfectly even, running in consistent patterns across the granite. These were not the random scratches of hand grinding. These were the signature of a machine tool, cutting at high speed with consistent feed rate and depth. Dunn calculated that to achieve these marks in granite, one of the hardest stones on Earth, would require a cutting tool moving at speeds of over 500 revolutions per minute, with a feed rate that would shatter any known ancient tool. Diamond-tipped modern tools cutting granite at optimal speeds produce comparable marks, but move far more slowly through the material. Something was cutting through solid granite 500 times faster than modern diamond tools. What technology could accomplish this? And if such technology existed in ancient Egypt, what else were they capable of? More importantly, why is there no other evidence of such advanced machinery anywhere in the archaeological record? The answer may be simpler and more disturbing than we imagine. The technology did exist, but it has been systematically erased from history, either through deliberate suppression or through catastrophic loss during the collapse of the civilization that created it. Consider what we know about the underground cities. The engineering capabilities required to create these structures go far beyond what we attribute to ancient peoples. Derinkuyu alone represents a feat of engineering that would challenge modern construction companies even with contemporary equipment. The precision of the carving, the sophistication of the ventilation systems, the scale of the excavation, all of it points to capabilities we have not adequately explained. Start with the excavation itself. Moving millions of cubic meters of rock is not a trivial task. Modern tunnel boring machines, equipped with diamond-tipped cutting wheels and hydraulic systems generating thousands of horsepower, can excavate approximately 30 to 50 meters of tunnel per day in optimal conditions. These machines weigh hundreds of tons and require massive support infrastructure. Power generation, cooling systems, materials handling, maintenance crews. How did ancient peoples achieve comparable or greater excavation rates without such machinery? The standard answer is simple hand tools and unlimited time. Copper chisels, stone hammers, and generations of patient workers slowly carving away at the rock. But the math does not support this explanation. A skilled worker using hand tools can remove perhaps a few cubic meters of rock per month, working full-time. To excavate Derinkuyu would require either thousands of workers laboring for decades or centuries, or far more efficient excavation methods than hand tools allow. And this calculation does not even address the precision of the final product, which exceeds what hand tools should be able to achieve. Some researchers have proposed the use of fire setting, a technique where fire is used to heat rock and then water is thrown on the heated surface, causing thermal shock that fractures the stone. This technique was used historically in mining operations and can accelerate excavation. However, fire setting produces irregular fracture patterns and rough surfaces, not the smooth walls and precise dimensions we see in places like Derinkuyu or the Longyou caves. Moreover, fire setting in confined underground spaces presents serious problems. The fires consume oxygen and produce toxic smoke. Without adequate ventilation, workers would asphyxiate. Yet the evidence suggests these spaces were excavated from the inside out, starting with small chambers and expanding them, which would make adequate ventilation during the excavation process extremely challenging. This brings us back to the possibility of advanced cutting technology. If the ancient builders possessed tools that could cut stone more efficiently than our hand tools allow, what might those tools have been? One possibility is ultrasonic drilling.
Modern ultrasonic drills use high-frequency vibrations to fracture and remove material. The drill bit vibrates at frequencies above 20,000 cycles per second, causing microscopic hammering action that breaks down even extremely hard materials. Ultrasonic tools can cut granite, quartz, and other hard stones with relative ease and can achieve very precise cuts. Evidence of ultrasonic drilling has been claimed at various ancient sites. Core samples taken from granite in Egypt show spiral grooves that some researchers argue could only be produced by a rapidly rotating drill with tremendous feed rate. The grooves spiral around the core at a rate suggesting the drill was advancing through the granite at a rate of several inches per revolution, far faster than should be possible with copper or bronze tools. Mainstream Egyptology disputes this interpretation, suggesting the grooves are natural features or the result of drilling technique rather than advanced tools. However, attempts to replicate the cores using proposed ancient techniques have not produced comparable results. The mystery remains unresolved. Another possibility is thermal cutting. If the ancient builders had access to high-intensity heat sources, they could have used thermal lances or similar devices to literally melt through rock. Modern thermal lances burn iron and oxygen at temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius, capable of cutting through concrete, steel, or stone with relative ease. Some ancient sites show evidence of vitrification, rock that appears to have been partially melted and then resolidified. In Scotland, numerous ancient hill forts feature vitrified stone walls where the rock has clearly been subjected to extreme heat, fusing into glass-like material. The conventional explanation is that timber structures within the walls were burned, generating enough heat to vitrify the stone. However, experiments attempting to replicate this process have generally failed to achieve the temperatures required, suggesting some other heat source may have been used. In India, ancient texts describe weapons called astras that produced intense heat and light, capable of destroying entire armies. The descriptions sound like mythology until you visit sites like Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, where evidence of intense heat has been found. Skeletons scattered in the streets show radiation levels far above normal background. Sections of the ancient city appear to have been subjected to temperatures high enough to vitrify brick
and pottery. What could produce such heat? Nuclear weapons are one possibility, though claiming ancient nuclear technology sounds absurd. Yet the descriptions in ancient texts, when stripped of mythological language, often describe effects remarkably similar to nuclear explosions. Intense light, heat, blast waves, lingering sickness among survivors. The ancient city of Rama in India, now underwater off the coast, has radioactive skeletons and evidence of intense heat exposure. If not nuclear technology, then what? Advanced chemical reactions? Focused solar energy? Some form of energy generation we have not yet discovered or rediscovered? The evidence of extreme heat at ancient sites demands explanation, and conventional theories involving accidental fires are increasingly inadequate. The acoustic properties of chambers like the hypogeum in Malta suggest another form of advanced technology: sonic manipulation. The oracle chamber resonates at a specific frequency that affects human consciousness. This is not accidental. The chamber was deliberately designed to produce this effect, which requires understanding of acoustic engineering, wave mechanics, and possibly even neuroscience. Modern research has shown that infrasound, sound below the range of human hearing, can affect human emotion and perception.
Frequencies around 19 Hz can cause feelings of anxiety or dread.
Frequencies around 110 Hz, the resonant frequency of the oracle chamber, can affect brain activity in the frontal lobes, potentially inducing altered states of consciousness. Why would ancient builders want to induce altered consciousness? Perhaps for religious or ceremonial purposes, creating experiences that worshippers would interpret as divine presence. Or perhaps for more practical purposes, enhanced mental states that improve learning and memory, states that might facilitate the transmission of complex technical knowledge. Some researchers have proposed that sonic technology might have been used for levitation or material manipulation. While this sounds like science fiction, acoustic levitation is a real phenomenon. Modern laboratories can levitate small objects using ultrasonic standing waves. At sufficient power levels, acoustic energy can exert significant force on physical objects. Could ancient peoples have developed acoustic technology capable of moving massive stones? Legends from multiple cultures describe builders using sound to move stones. Egyptian accounts speak of priests using words of power to lift blocks. Tibetan traditions describe monks using trumpets and drums to levitate stones during monastery construction. South American legends tell of Inca builders who could make stone light as cork through sound. These stories are dismissed as mythology, but they appear in multiple independent cultures with surprising consistency. And we know the ancient builders had sophisticated understanding of acoustics, based on the chambers they created. Is it impossible that they developed this understanding to practical applications we have not yet rediscovered? The construction of megalithic structures presents its own technological mysteries. Moving and precisely positioning stones weighing hundreds of tons should be impossible without modern machinery.
Yet it was done repeatedly across the ancient world.
How? The standard explanation involves large numbers of workers using ropes, rollers, and levers, slowly dragging or pushing massive stones into place. Experiments have shown this is theoretically possible, though extremely difficult and dangerous. However, this explanation struggles with certain specific cases. At Baalbek in Lebanon, the Temple of Jupiter features foundation stones called trilithons, each weighing approximately 800 tons. These massive blocks were quarried half a mile away, transported to the site, and lifted 30 feet into the air to form part of the temple foundation. Doing this with ropes and rollers would require thousands of workers in perfectly coordinated effort, along with ramps or lifting mechanisms, for which no evidence exists. Moreover, a fourth trilithon stone remains in the quarry, partially cut but never transported. This stone, called the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighs approximately 1,000 tons. It sits on bedrock, carved on 5 sides, but still attached at the base. How were the builders planning to move it? What technique could transport such a massive object? Some researchers have proposed that the stones were not moved by brute force, but by some method that reduced their effective weight, perhaps through acoustic levitation, as mentioned earlier, or through some other technique involving manipulation of gravitational or inertial forces. While this sounds impossible by our current understanding of physics, our understanding is incomplete. Gravity remains one of the least understood fundamental forces. If ancient peoples discovered some interaction between sound, electromagnetic fields, and gravitational effects that we have not yet found, they might have been capable of feats we consider impossible. The precision of ancient stonework suggests advanced measuring and marking tools.
Creating the interlocking polygonal stones at Sacsayhuaman, or the precise right angles in Egyptian temples, requires the ability to measure accurately and transfer measurements to the stone being cut. Modern stonemasons use templates, levels, squares, and precision measuring devices. What did ancient builders use? Some researchers point to ancient Egyptian measuring rods that have been found, showing divisions marked to high accuracy. But these explain only how lengths were measured, not how complex three-dimensional shapes were planned and executed. Did ancient architects use scale models, technical drawings, some form of mathematical calculation system that allowed them to work out dimensions without physical models? The Antikythera mechanism demonstrates that ancient peoples were capable of creating sophisticated mechanical devices. This ancient analog computer, built around 100 BC, uses a complex system of bronze gears to model astronomical movements and predict celestial events. The device is so sophisticated that nothing comparable appears in the historical record for over 1,000 years after its creation. If ancient craftsmen could build the Antikythera mechanism, what other machines might they have built? Mechanical calculators for engineering calculations, devices for precision measurement, tools for cutting and shaping stone. The mechanism proves that ancient metalworking and mechanical engineering were far more advanced than typically assumed. How many other examples of such sophistication have been lost to corrosion, melting down for the metal, or simple failure to recognize their significance? The Baghdad battery demonstrates ancient understanding of electrochemistry. This ceramic vessel containing a copper cylinder and iron rod, dating to approximately 250 BC, appears to be a primitive battery capable of generating small amounts of electrical current. While its exact purpose remains debated, experiments have shown it can indeed produce voltage when filled with acidic solution. If ancient peoples understood basic electricity, did they develop it further? Could they have had electric lighting, explaining how underground chambers were illuminated during construction and use? Some ancient Egyptian reliefs show objects that controversial researchers interpret as light bulbs, elongated objects that appear to glow,
connected by cables to box-like objects that might be power sources. Mainstream Egyptology dismisses these as symbolic representations of mythological concepts, specifically the Djed pillar and other religious symbols. But engineers looking at the same images see technical diagrams. The objects have suspicious resemblance to vacuum tubes or discharge lamps. The connections and proportions are consistent with electrical devices. While this interpretation remains highly controversial, it raises questions about how much ancient peoples understood about electrical phenomena. The precision of ancient astronomical observations suggests advanced observational instruments. To track the precession of the equinoxes, which takes approximately 26,000 years to complete one cycle, requires either continuous observations over thousands of years or very precise instruments capable of detecting minute changes in stellar positions. Ancient peoples clearly tracked precession. The Great Pyramid's shafts point to stars whose positions have shifted due to precession since the pyramid's construction. Temple alignments at sites around the world encode precessional positions from thousands of years before the temples were supposedly built. This suggests either that the sites are much older than acknowledged, or that the builders were working from very ancient astronomical records.
What instruments did ancient astronomers use? Were there ancient equivalents of telescopes or other optical devices? Lenses have been found in ancient contexts, including the Nimrud lens from ancient Assyria and various crystal lenses from Egypt and elsewhere. These lenses are generally interpreted as magnifying glasses or jewelry, but could they have been used for astronomical observation? Modern telescopes use precision-ground lenses or mirrors to gather and focus light. If ancient peoples could grind granite to tolerances of thousandths of an inch, they certainly have the technical capability to grind glass or crystal lenses. Whether they actually did so for astronomical purposes remains unproven, but possible. The geothermal engineering evident in some underground structures suggests sophisticated understanding of heat flow and energy transfer. Maintaining comfortable temperatures in underground spaces requires managing the flow of heat from the surrounding rock, from human and animal bodies, and from any artificial heat sources used for lighting or cooking. Some underground chambers show evidence of designed thermal management. Chambers positioned at specific depths where rock temperature is naturally stable. Passages arranged to promote air circulation that carries excess heat away. Materials used for floors and walls chosen for their thermal properties. This is not primitive trial and error. This is systematic thermal engineering based on understanding of heat transfer principles. Could ancient engineers have gone further? Could they have tapped geothermal energy for heating, power generation, or other purposes? Hot springs and geothermal features would have been obvious sources of heat energy. Did ancient peoples simply appreciate them for bathing and warmth, or did they develop technologies to harness that energy more systematically? Some ancient sites are positioned over geothermal features in ways that suggest deliberate choice. Underground chambers in volcanically active regions often tap into warm rock or hot water sources. Was this simply for comfort, or were there practical applications we have not recognized? The water management systems in places like Derinkuyu demonstrate advanced hydraulic engineering. Understanding fluid flow, pressure, and filtration allowed ancient engineers to create reliable water systems that functioned without pumps or mechanical assistance. The principles are the same ones used in modern passive water systems.
gravity-fed flow, settling tanks for purification, graded channels to maintain consistent flow rates. But some ancient water systems show features that exceed what passive systems should be able to achieve. The Roman aqueducts are justly famous, but less well known are water systems at sites like Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley, which had sophisticated urban water supply and sewage systems dating to 2500 BC. Individual houses had bathrooms, with drainage connected to covered sewers running beneath the streets. This level of urban sanitation was not matched in Europe until the 19th century. What knowledge of public health, sanitation, and urban planning did these ancient engineers possess? How did they understand the connection between clean water and disease prevention? How did they design drainage systems that functioned reliably for centuries? The technologies lost to time are not merely interesting historical footnotes. They represent capabilities that could transform our world if rediscovered. Efficient stone-cutting techniques could revolutionize construction. Acoustic technologies could provide new approaches to manufacturing and materials processing. Advanced understanding of passive environmental control could reduce energy consumption in buildings. Lost metallurgical techniques might yield stronger, lighter, or more durable materials.
But beyond practical applications, these lost technologies challenge our understanding of human history and human capability. They force us to acknowledge that ancient peoples were not primitive, but sophisticated, not ignorant, but knowledgeable, not limited, but capable of achievements we still struggle to match. The underground cities are museums of lost technology, preserving in their structures evidence of capabilities that have vanished from the historical record. The precision of their construction, the sophistication of their systems, and the scale of their achievement all point to knowledge that was once commonplace, but is now forgotten. Why was this knowledge lost? How does an entire civilization's technical capabilities vanish so completely that later generations cannot even recognize what their ancestors accomplished? The answer lies in the fragility of technological knowledge. Technology requires continuous transmission through hands-on training. A master teaches an apprentice who practices the techniques until they achieve mastery, then teaches the next generation. Break this chain of transmission for even a single generation, and the knowledge is lost. Catastrophe breaks chains. When a civilization collapses, when populations crash, when chaos replaces order, specialized knowledge disappears. The underground dwellers eventually emerged, but they emerged into a changed world. The skills needed for underground construction were no longer necessary. The younger generation learned surface survival skills instead of subterranean engineering. Within a few generations, the old techniques were forgotten, preserved only in structures whose purpose and method of construction became increasingly mysterious. We see this pattern throughout history. The Romans built concrete that has lasted 2,000 years and is in some ways superior to modern concrete. The formula was lost during the medieval period and only recently has been partially rediscovered. Damascus steel, famous for its strength and edge retention, was produced for centuries in the Middle East. The technique was lost in the 18th century despite desperate efforts to preserve it. Greek fire, the Byzantine Empire's secret weapon, was lost so completely that we still do not know exactly what it was or how it was made.
If technologies can be lost over centuries, how much more would be lost over millennia? How much knowledge disappeared during the catastrophes that drove our ancestors underground? How much more was lost during the slow emergence back to surface life? The technologies lost to time represent not just ancient achievements, but potential futures. If we can understand how ancient engineers cut granite with such precision, we might develop new manufacturing techniques. If we can decode how they moved massive stones, we might find new approaches to construction. If we can comprehend how they managed underground environments so effectively, we might design more efficient buildings and cities. But first, we must overcome our prejudice that assumes ancient peoples were primitive. We must look honestly at structures like Derinkuyu, the Longyu Caves, the Hypogeum, and the megalithic sites scattered across the world, and admit that we do not fully understand how they were built or what capabilities their builders possessed. The evidence is there, carved in stone, waiting for engineers and scientists willing to study it without preconceptions. The technologies lost to time are not lost forever. They are preserved in the structures themselves, encrypted in stone, waiting for minds capable of reading the message and recovering the knowledge. Our ancestors were not primitives stumbling through darkness. They were engineers, architects, and scientists who faced apocalyptic challenges and responded with ingenuity, determination, and capabilities that we are only beginning to appreciate. Their underground empire was not built by accident or through infinite patience and simple tools. It was built through knowledge, technology, and skills that we have forgotten, but might rediscover if we approach the evidence with open minds and honest inquiry. The question is not whether advanced ancient technology existed. The evidence proves it did. The question is whether we have the wisdom to seek it, the humility to learn from it, and the courage to acknowledge that our civilization may not be humanity's first or finest achievement. The climate catastrophe theory. The ice core tells a story written in frozen water, preserved for 12,000 years in the Greenland ice sheet. Scientists extract the core carefully, a cylinder of ice nearly 2 miles long, and begin the painstaking process of analysis. Each layer represents a year of snowfall, compressed and frozen, trapping tiny bubbles of ancient atmosphere and particles of dust that fell from prehistoric skies. Then they find it, a boundary layer, thin and dark, separating ice above from ice below. Above this line, the ice contains pollen from temperate plants, dust from fertile soils, and atmospheric composition indicating warm conditions. Below the line, everything changes. The pollen disappears. The dust composition shifts dramatically. The atmospheric bubbles show different ratios of gases, and the transition happens in less than a decade. This is the Younger Dryas boundary, and it marks one of the most dramatic climate shifts in Earth's recent history. In a geological instant, the planet plunged back into Ice Age conditions after thousands of years of warming.
Temperatures across the northern hemisphere dropped by as much as 15 degrees Celsius. Glaciers that had been retreating suddenly advanced again. Species that had migrated north as the climate warmed were abruptly pushed back or went extinct.
And humans, who had been developing increasingly sophisticated cultures during the warming period, suddenly faced a world that was trying to kill them. The timing is impossible to ignore. Göbekli Tepe was built around 9600 BC, right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. The oldest levels of underground cities like Derinkuyu date to approximately the same period. Advanced cultures that should not exist according to conventional archaeology appear suddenly in the archaeological record at exactly the moment when the climate was becoming catastrophically hostile. This is not coincidence. This is cause and effect. The Younger Dryas period lasted from approximately 12,800 years ago to 11,600 years ago, a span of 12 centuries during which human civilization faced an existential threat. But what caused it? Why did the climate suddenly reverse course after thousands of years of steady warming following the last ice age? For decades, scientists proposed various explanations. Perhaps changes in ocean circulation disrupted the transfer of heat from equator to poles. Perhaps volcanic eruptions filled the atmosphere with ash, blocking sunlight. Perhaps some combination of factors triggered a tipping point in the climate system. But none of these explanations adequately accounted for the speed of the transition or the global scale of the effects. Climate models based on normal geological and atmospheric processes predicted gradual changes over centuries, not the abrupt shift the evidence revealed. Then, researchers began finding something else in the geological record: evidence of cosmic impact. The first hints appeared in the 1990s, as geologists studying the Younger Dryas boundary layer noticed anomalies. Concentrations of platinum and iridium, elements rare on Earth but common in asteroids and comets, appeared in sediments from the critical period. Nanodiamonds, microscopic diamonds that form only under extreme pressure and temperature, were found in the same layers. Spherules of melted glass, created when sand or rock is subjected to intense heat, appeared in deposits across North America and Europe. Most tellingly, a layer of black matte appeared across much of North America, a carbon-rich deposit indicating massive fires that burned simultaneously across the continent. This was not a normal wildfire season. This was a conflagration on a scale that defies imagination, with evidence of burning extending from coast to coast and from Mexico to Canada. Something had struck the Earth with enough force to set an entire continent on fire. The impact hypothesis gained support as more evidence accumulated. In 2007, researchers published findings showing that the Younger Dryas boundary contained materials consistent with extraterrestrial impact across multiple continents. The distribution pattern suggested not a single impact, but multiple strikes, as if a fragmented comet had peppered the Earth with debris. The most likely scenario involves a large comet that broke apart as it approached the inner solar system. Some fragments missed Earth entirely, but others struck the planet, with the largest impacts occurring on the Laurentide ice sheet covering North America and on the Scandinavian ice sheet covering northern Europe. The impacts on ice sheets would have been particularly catastrophic, instantly vaporizing billions of tons of ice and sending massive floods across the continents below.
The impact energy would have been equivalent to thousands or even millions of nuclear weapons detonating simultaneously. The immediate effects would include massive earthquakes from the impact shock waves, potentially triggering volcanic eruptions around the world. Tsunamis, hundreds of feet high, racing across oceans and inundating coastlines on every continent. Firestorms ignited by superheated ejecta falling back to Earth, burning forests and grasslands across vast areas.
Injection of dust and water vapor into the upper atmosphere, blocking sunlight and triggering rapid cooling.
Disruption of ocean currents by the sudden influx of massive amounts of fresh water from vaporized ice sheets. Chemical changes in the atmosphere from the impacts and fires, poisoning air and water. For people living through this catastrophe, it would have seemed like the end of the world. And for many, it was. Imagine you are a member of an advanced maritime civilization, prosperous and confident, living in coastal cities built over thousands of years. Your people have developed agriculture, architecture, astronomy, and navigation. You trade with other cities around the world, exchanging goods, knowledge, and culture. Life is good. Civilization is flourishing. Then one night, the sky catches fire. You see objects streaking across the heavens, glowing brighter than any star. Some pass overhead and disappear beyond the horizon. Others strike closer, and the ground shakes with impacts that feel like the earth itself is breaking apart. The horizon lights up with flashes brighter than 1,000 suns. A sound like nothing you have ever heard rolls across the landscape. A roar that goes on and on, shaking buildings and knocking people off their feet. Then comes the wind, a blast of superheated air that incinerates everything in its path, followed by winds strong enough to flatten forests and buildings. The sky fills with debris, rocks and ice falling from above, each impact creating more destruction. Fires spring up everywhere, spreading faster than anyone can run, driven by winds that turn the entire landscape into an inferno. Those near the coasts see the ocean retreat, pulling back as if being sucked away, exposing seafloor that has never seen daylight. Then the water returns, not as gentle waves, but as a wall taller than any building, moving faster than horses can run, sweeping inland for miles, drowning everything and everyone in its path.
You flee inland, climbing to high ground, watching your world dissolve into chaos and death. The lucky ones die quickly in the initial impacts and fires. The unlucky survive to face what comes next. The sky darkens as ash and dust block the sun. Temperatures plummet as the Earth's surface is deprived of solar heat. Within weeks, snow begins falling in regions that have never seen snow. Within months, glaciers begin advancing, grinding south from the poles, crushing everything in their path. The oceans cool, disrupting currents that have maintained stable climate patterns for thousands of years. Crops fail. Animals die or migrate away. Fresh water freezes or becomes contaminated with ash and debris. Disease spreads through refugee populations, huddled together for warmth and safety. Starvation becomes commonplace. Society begins to break down as desperate people fight over dwindling resources. This is the world that greeted survivors of the Younger Dryas impact. This is the challenge they faced. And this is why they went underground. The underground cities make perfect sense in this context. When the surface world becomes uninhabitable, when temperatures are deadly, when the sky is filled with ash and toxic particles, when every resource is scarce or contaminated, the only solution is to go where conditions can be controlled. Underground. Below the surface, temperature remains relatively stable regardless of what is happening above. Deep enough, and you tap into the Earth's geothermal heat, providing warmth even as the surface freezes. Underground, you can control your environment, filtering air through rock before it reaches living spaces, accessing deep aquifers for clean water, creating sealed chambers where food can be grown or stored safely. The construction of places like Derinkuyu was not a religious project or a defensive measure against human enemies.
It was a survival response to environmental catastrophe, an engineering solution to an extinction-level threat. The sophistication of the design makes sense when you understand it was created by a mature civilization with advanced knowledge, not primitive people stumbling into caves. The evidence suggests this interpretation is correct. The oldest levels of the underground cities show the most advanced construction techniques, not the crudest. This is backwards from what you would expect if the cities were gradually developed over time by increasingly sophisticated cultures. Instead, it suggests the opposite. The cities were built by people who already possessed advanced knowledge, with later inhabitants making cruder additions and repairs as the original knowledge faded. The global distribution of underground structures supports the catastrophe theory. Why would people on different continents, supposedly without contact, all decide to build underground cities at roughly the same time? Because they all faced the same threat. The Younger Dryas was a global event. The climate catastrophe affected every continent. Survivors everywhere would have reached similar conclusions about the need to move underground. The astronomical alignments built into many underground structures take on new significance in this context. If the catastrophe came from the sky, survivors would have strong motivation to monitor the heavens, to track celestial objects, to predict and prepare for future impacts. The sophisticated astronomical knowledge evident at sites like Göbekli Tepe and encoded in structures worldwide may represent an early warning system, an attempt to ensure that humanity would never again be caught unprepared by cosmic threats. Ancient myths and legends preserve memories of this catastrophe.
Nearly every culture has flood myths, but they also have fire myths, describing times when the sky rained fire, when the sun disappeared, when the world was destroyed and had to be reborn. The Greek myth of Phaeton describes the son of the sun god losing control of the solar chariot and scorching the earth. Hindu texts describe weapons that produced heat and destruction like nuclear weapons. Norse mythology describes Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, when fire and ice destroy the world. These are not just creative stories. They are cultural memories of real events, transmitted through oral tradition for thousands of years, gradually acquiring mythological embellishments but retaining core elements of truth. The fire from the sky, the flood that drowned the world, the long darkness when the sun disappeared, the retreat underground, the eventual emergence into a new world. The Hopi people of North America have particularly detailed accounts of multiple world destructions, with survivors being sheltered underground by the ant people during times of catastrophe. The first world was destroyed by fire. The second world was destroyed by ice. Each time, the righteous were saved by going into the earth,
living in caves or underground chambers until the surface became habitable again. These stories describe exactly what the evidence suggests actually happened. During the Younger Dryas, fire and ice did destroy the world. Survivors did go underground. They did emerge after the catastrophe passed to find a transformed landscape and had to rebuild civilization from fragments of the old knowledge. The rapid rise of civilizations like Egypt and Mesopotamia around 3000 BC makes more sense in this context. These were not cultures developing from scratch, but inheritors of much older knowledge, refugees from destroyed civilizations who brought with them fragments of advanced learning in astronomy, mathematics, engineering, and agriculture.
They did not have to invent writing, architecture, or organized society, because they remembered these things from before the catastrophe. They were recovering lost knowledge, not discovering new knowledge. This explains why early civilizations like Egypt appear so suddenly in the archaeological record, seemingly fully formed without obvious precursors. They had precursors, but those precursors were destroyed during the Younger Dryas, with only underground refuges and isolated highland sites preserving fragments of the old civilization. The Black Sea Deluge, which occurred around 5600 BC, as rising sea levels breached the Bosporus and flooded the Black Sea basin, may have destroyed one of the major surviving centers of post-catastrophe civilization, forcing another wave of refugees to flee and disperse their knowledge to new regions. This event, occurring thousands of years after the Younger Dryas, but still within the cultural memory of affected peoples, may be the specific flood remembered in Mesopotamian and Hebrew flood myths. The climate catastrophe theory explains not just why underground cities were built, but also why they were eventually abandoned. The Younger Dryas ended around 11,600 years ago, as climate suddenly warmed again, probably due to orbital mechanics and solar cycles overcoming the cooling effects of the impact debris. As conditions improved, survivors began returning to the surface, re-establishing agriculture in newly fertile regions, rebuilding surface settlements. The underground cities were no longer necessary for survival, but they were maintained as refuges, shelters that could be used in emergencies. Over generations, as immediate memory of the catastrophe faded, the cities became less important. Young people grew up on the surface and had no interest in learning the maintenance skills needed for underground habitation. The specialized knowledge began to fade. Eventually, the cities were largely abandoned, though some continued to be used intermittently for storage, defense, or refuge during later conflicts. By historical times, people remembered that the cities existed and occasionally used them, but they no longer remembered who built them, why they were built, or how to replicate the sophisticated engineering they represented. The knowledge was lost not through sudden catastrophe, but through gradual obsolescence. When a technology is no longer needed, each generation learns less about it, until finally no one remembers. This is how civilizations lose capabilities, how advanced knowledge becomes mysterious, how the achievements of ancestors become attributed to gods or giants or mythical races, because current generations cannot imagine their own ancestors being so capable. But the physical evidence remains. The underground cities stand as monuments to human resilience, ingenuity, and determination. They prove that our ancestors faced extinction and refused to surrender.
They applied advanced knowledge to solve unprecedented problems. They created survival shelters that functioned for centuries, preserving not just their lives, but their culture and knowledge. And most importantly, they succeeded. We exist because they survived. Every human alive today is descended from people who made it through the Younger Dryas catastrophe, who endured conditions that would have broken lesser spirits, who maintained enough civilization through the dark centuries to pass on language, culture, technology, and the accumulated wisdom of ages. The climate catastrophe theory is not speculation. It is supported by multiple lines of evidence: geological markers of cosmic impact, climate data showing abrupt temperature shifts, archaeological evidence of advanced cultures appearing suddenly at the critical period, and global myths describing exactly these events.
The theory explains mysteries that conventional models cannot address. Why sophisticated structures appear before simpler ones. Why global similarities exist between supposedly isolated cultures. Why knowledge seems to have been lost and rediscovered rather than steadily accumulating. We live in the shadow of that ancient catastrophe. We are the children of survivors who went into the darkness and emerged carrying the torch of civilization. The underground cities are not mysterious anomalies. They are monuments to our ancestors' greatest triumph: survival against impossible odds through knowledge, planning, and the refusal to let humanity's light be extinguished. And they serve as warnings. The cosmic threat that nearly destroyed our ancestors still exists. Comets and asteroids still cross Earth's orbit. The next impact is not a question of if, but when. Our ancestors could not predict the threat or prevent it, only survive it. We have capabilities they lacked. We can detect incoming objects. We have, at least in theory, the ability to deflect or destroy threats before they reach us. But do we have the wisdom to prepare? Do we have the international cooperation needed to address global threats? Do we have the long-term thinking required to invest in protection against events that might not occur for centuries? The underground empire teaches us that human civilization is fragile, that catastrophe can strike without warning, that everything we build can be destroyed in a moment. But it also teaches us that humans are resilient, adaptable, and capable of achievements we barely imagine. Our ancestors faced the end of the world and refused to accept it. They went into the earth and survived. They preserved knowledge through dark centuries and eventually rebuilt. We carry their genes, their culture, and their knowledge. When the next catastrophe comes, will we prove worthy of their legacy? Will we have the wisdom to prepare, the courage to endure, and the determination to ensure that human civilization survives no matter what the cosmos throws at us? The answers will determine whether our civilization joins the underground empire as a fading memory, lost to future generations who will wonder at our ruins and speculate about what we knew and how we fell. Or whether we break the cycle, learn from the past, and finally achieve true, long-term stability as a species capable of surviving not just centuries, but millennia, prepared for whatever challenges lie ahead. The choice is ours. The warning is carved in stone beneath our feet. The question is whether we are wise enough to read it and brave enough to act on what it tells us. The archaeologist's brush moves carefully across the stone surface,
removing millennia of accumulated dust from carved symbols that have not seen light in over 10,000 years. She is in the deepest explored level of Derinkuyu, in a chamber that was sealed until recent excavations opened it. The walls are covered with markings, not the crude scratches of bored inhabitants, but deliberate, precise symbols arranged in regular patterns. She photographs each section, cataloging the symbols for later analysis. Some are geometric: circles, triangles, spirals, parallel lines arranged in groups. Others are more complex: stylized figures that might represent humans, animals, or celestial objects. And some are completely abstract: combinations of curves and angles that seem to follow rules she cannot yet discern. What strikes her most is the consistency. The same symbols appear repeatedly, in the same orientations, with the same relative positions to each other. This is not random decoration. This is systematic communication. This is writing. But it is not any writing system known to archaeology. It predates Sumerian cuneiform by thousands of years. It predates Egyptian hieroglyphics by millennia. If these symbols represent genuine writing, they would push back the invention of written language to a date that conventional history does not allow. Yet there they are, carved in stone, undeniable physical evidence that someone, at some time in the deep past, possessed the ability to encode and transmit complex information through symbolic representation. This is not an isolated discovery. Similar symbols appear in underground structures around the world, in caves and rock shelters, on standing stones and buried artifacts. Always the same patterns emerge: geometric forms, stylized figures, abstract symbols arranged according to apparent rules. Different in details but similar in structure, as if representing dialects of the same fundamental system of communication. The study of these ancient symbols has become a controversial field, dismissed by mainstream archaeology as seeing patterns where none exist, yet pursued by dedicated researchers who recognize that something significant is being overlooked. The symbols are too consistent, too widespread, and too similar across cultures that supposedly had no contact to be mere decoration or coincidence. Consider the spiral, one of the most common symbols found in ancient contexts worldwide. It appears carved in stone in Ireland's Newgrange, dating to approximately 3200 BC. It appears in the American Southwest in ancestral Puebloan rock art. It appears in Malta's temples, in Chinese ritual vessels, in African rock shelters, and in Australian Aboriginal sacred sites. Everywhere humans lived in ancient times, the spiral appears. What does it mean? The conventional interpretation is that it represents natural phenomena: water flowing in whirlpools, shells with spiral patterns, the apparent spiral motion of celestial objects. But this does not explain why the symbol appears in such similar forms across such vast distances, or why it is often associated with other specific symbols in consistent patterns. Some researchers have proposed that the spiral represents cosmological concepts: the cycle of life and death, the movement of celestial objects, the path between worlds or dimensions. Others suggest it might be a more literal representation, perhaps a map or diagram of something specific that ancient peoples observed or understood. In some underground chambers, spirals are carved near passages or shafts.
positioned as if marking specific locations or directions. Could they be navigation markers, indicating routes through the tunnel systems? In other locations, spirals appear in groups with varying numbers of rotations, suggesting they might encode numerical information. The circle is another universal symbol, often appearing with a dot or cross in the center. This symbol appears in contexts ranging from ancient Egypt to prehistoric Europe to pre-Columbian America. It is typically interpreted as representing the sun, and this interpretation may be correct, but the specific contexts in which the symbol appears suggest additional layers of meaning. In some locations, the circle with center symbol appears in sequences, with varying sizes or numbers of internal divisions. In underground structures, it sometimes appears near ventilation shafts or water sources, perhaps indicating these resources. On surface monuments, it often appears in positions aligned with astronomical events, suggesting it might represent not just the sun generally, but the sun at specific positions or times. The triangle appears frequently, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, sometimes with additional marks or symbols inside. Pointing upward, it might represent mountains or possibly fire. Pointing downward, it might represent water or the feminine principle.
Two triangles interlocked form the hexagram, a symbol that appears in Jewish tradition as the Star of David, in Hindu tradition as the Shatkona, and in ancient alchemy as a representation of the union of opposites. But these triangular symbols appear in contexts far older than any of these later interpretations, carved in rock shelters and underground chambers dating to the end of the last ice age. Their presence in such ancient contexts suggests they are part of a very old symbolic language, one that was later adopted and reinterpreted by historical cultures who may no longer have understood the original meanings. Parallel lines appear frequently, often in groups of 3, 5, or 7. Sometimes they are horizontal, sometimes vertical, sometimes diagonal. In some contexts, they appear to represent water, rain, or rivers. In others, they might indicate paths, boundaries, or divisions. In certain underground structures, parallel lines are carved near passages connecting different levels or sections, possibly serving as directional indicators or warnings. The cross appears in multiple forms: equal-armed crosses, crosses with extended lower arms, crosses within circles, crosses combined with other symbols. Long before Christianity adopted the cross as its central symbol, the cross appeared in ancient contexts worldwide. In Native American traditions, the cross represents the 4 directions and the connection between earth and sky. In ancient Egypt, the Ankh, a cross with a loop at the top, represented life. In pre-Christian Europe, various cross forms appeared in religious and ceremonial contexts. The universal appearance of the cross suggests it represents fundamental concepts that all human cultures recognize: the intersection of horizontal and vertical, the meeting of opposing forces, the center point from which all directions extend. Or it might represent something more specific, a concept or object that ancient peoples around the world all recognized and encoded using this simple but powerful symbol. More complex symbols appear in certain locations, particularly in the deepest, oldest sections of underground structures. These include geometric patterns that suggest advanced mathematical understanding, spirals that follow precise golden ratio proportions, hexagonal patterns like those found in crystals, complex interlocking shapes that demonstrate knowledge of geometry and spatial relationships. In one particularly intriguing chamber beneath Göbekli Tepe,
researchers found a series of carvings that appear to represent a star map. The positions of dots and circles on the stone correspond closely to the positions of stars in the night sky, as they appeared around 10,950 BC, the approximate date of the chamber's construction. One group of symbols appears to represent the constellation Scorpius. Another might represent Orion. And a series of marks along one edge might indicate the path of a comet or other celestial object. If this interpretation is correct, it would demonstrate that the builders of Göbekli Tepe possessed sophisticated astronomical knowledge and the ability to encode that knowledge symbolically. More than that, it would suggest they considered such knowledge important enough to carve permanently in stone, preserving it for future generations. Animal figures appear frequently in ancient symbolic systems. At Göbekli Tepe, massive stone pillars are carved with detailed representations of animals: foxes, vultures, scorpions, snakes, and wild boars. These are not crude stick figures, but carefully executed images that capture the essential characteristics of each species. The level of artistic skill evident in these carvings is remarkable for the supposed date of their creation, when humans were supposedly still primitive hunter-gatherers. But these animal images are not merely decorative. They appear in specific combinations and contexts that suggest symbolic meaning. The vulture appears frequently, often positioned prominently at the tops of pillars. In many cultures, vultures are associated with death and the afterlife, serving as psychopomps that carry souls from the earthly realm to the spiritual. Were the people of Göbekli Tepe encoding religious or cosmological beliefs in their choice of animals? Or could the animals represent something else entirely? Some researchers have proposed that ancient peoples used animal symbols to represent celestial objects or astronomical concepts. The scorpion might represent the constellation Scorpius. The bull might represent Taurus. The various animals might constitute a complete zodiac system, far older than the Mesopotamian zodiac typically credited as the first such system. This theory gains support from the fact that similar animal constellation associations appear in multiple ancient cultures with no obvious contact. The association of specific animals with specific star groups seems to be very old and very widespread, suggesting either independent development of the same associations, which would be an extraordinary coincidence, or transmission of a common ancestral system. Anthropomorphic figures appear in many ancient symbolic contexts, though often in stylized forms that are difficult to interpret. At some sites, human-like figures are depicted with exaggerated features: large heads, prominent eyes, missing or simplified facial features. Some researchers interpret these as representations of deities or spirits. Others suggest they might represent shamans or priests in ritual garb or altered states of consciousness. In underground contexts, human figures sometimes appear in unusual positions or contexts: figures with arms raised, figures appearing to float or fly, figures surrounded by symbols or other markings. One chamber in Derinkuyu contains a figure that appears to be emerging from or entering a circular opening, perhaps representing passage between worlds or levels of reality. The most intriguing human representations are those that appear to show individuals wearing unusual headgear or clothing. Cylindrical or conical objects on heads might represent ceremonial headwear, or they might depict helmets or protective gear. Body coverings that obscure natural human form might be ritual costumes,
Or they might represent actual garments or equipment whose purpose we cannot determine. Some controversial researchers have interpreted certain anthropomorphic figures as representing beings in spacesuits or other advanced equipment. But this interpretation relies on assuming ancient peoples encountered or imagined such technology, which conventional archaeology rejects. The more conservative interpretation is that these figures depict religious or ceremonial concepts expressed through symbolic costume. Patterns of dots appear frequently in ancient contexts, sometimes in random scatters, but often in specific arrangements. Groups of 7 dots appear with surprising frequency, as do patterns of dots arranged in circles, grids, or other geometric forms. In some cases, these dot patterns may represent stars or planets. In others, they might encode numerical information. The concept of using marks or symbols to represent quantities is fundamental to the development of mathematics and writing. Tally marks, simple lines or notches used to count, appear in archaeological contexts dating back over 40,000 years. More sophisticated numerical systems evolved over time, but the presence of apparently systematic dot patterns in ancient underground structures suggests that numerical encoding was understood and used far earlier than conventional timelines acknowledge. One particularly fascinating set of markings appears in multiple underground locations, a series of concentric circles with radiating lines, resembling a stylized sun or a wheel. This symbol appears in contexts dating from the end of the Ice Age through the Bronze Age and into historical times. It has been interpreted variously as representing the sun, a wheel, a shield, or abstract concepts of cycles and time. But when these symbols are mapped according to their locations and orientations, an intriguing pattern emerges. Many align with astronomical features, solstices, equinoxes, or the rising of specific stars. Some are positioned at tunnel junctions or near significant chambers. The symbols appear to serve multiple functions simultaneously: religious or ceremonial significance, astronomical markers, and practical navigation aids through complex underground systems. This multi-layered meaning is characteristic of effective symbolic systems. A single mark can convey multiple messages to different audiences. To the initiated, it provides specific technical information. To the general population, it conveys broader cultural or religious meanings. To future generations, it preserves knowledge, even if the specific details are forgotten. The challenge facing researchers is decipherment. How do you decode a symbol system when you have no Rosetta Stone, no bilingual text that provides translation between the unknown system and a known language? How do you distinguish between decoration and communication, between random marks and deliberate writing? The approach requires careful analysis of patterns. Which symbols appear together? Which appear in sequence? Which are positioned in specific locations or contexts? Statistical analysis can reveal non-random patterns that suggest intentional communication. Comparison across sites can identify common elements that might represent a shared symbolic vocabulary. Some progress has been made. Certain symbols have been tentatively identified, based on context and comparison with later known writing systems. The spiral, for instance, likely represents concepts related to cycles, movement, or transformation. The circle probably relates to celestial objects, completeness, or enclosure. The triangle might indicate direction, gender dichotomy,
or the number 3, and concepts associated with it in various cultures. But much remains mysterious. Complex symbols that appear repeatedly in ancient contexts defy interpretation. Sequences of marks that seem to follow grammatical rules cannot yet be read. Entire walls, covered with systematic symbols, remain untranslated, their messages locked in stone, waiting for someone to finally crack the code. The implications of a pre-literate writing system are profound. Writing is considered one of the defining characteristics of civilization. A technology that enables complex administration, accumulation of knowledge, and transmission of information across time and space. The conventional timeline places the invention of writing around 3200 BC in Mesopotamia, with Egyptian hieroglyphics developing shortly thereafter. If the symbols in underground structures represent genuine writing from 10,000 BC or earlier, it would mean that literacy existed 7,000 years before the currently accepted date. This would require completely rethinking the development of human civilization and acknowledging that advanced culture existed far earlier than conventional models allow. Mainstream archaeology resists this conclusion, arguing that the ancient symbols are not true writing, but merely proto-writing or symbolic art. True writing, they argue, requires a complete system for encoding language, with symbols representing sounds or words according to established grammatical rules. The ancient symbols, they contend, lack this systematic quality and represent at most a primitive precursor to actual writing. But this distinction may be artificial. All writing systems had to start somewhere, evolving from simpler symbolic representations to more complex systems capable of encoding full language. The symbols we find in ancient contexts may represent early stages of this evolution, or they may represent a fully developed system that we simply have not yet learned to read. Consider this. If our civilization collapsed today, and future archaeologists 10,000 years from now tried to interpret our symbols, would they recognize them as writing? If they found traffic signs, corporate logos, mathematical notation, or computer code, would they understand these were systematic communication, or would they dismiss them as decorative patterns or religious symbols? The context in which symbols appear provides crucial clues to their function. In underground structures, symbols often appear near functionally important features: ventilation shafts, water sources, passage entrances, chambers with special purposes. This positioning suggests the symbols conveyed practical information, not merely decorative or religious content. In one particularly telling example, a chamber in Derinkuyu features a series of marks near a complex of passages. The marks appear to indicate different routes: which passages lead to water, which lead to storage areas, which connect to other levels. If this interpretation is correct, these marks functioned as signage, providing navigation information to inhabitants who might not have been familiar with the entire complex layout. This practical use of symbols for information transmission is characteristic of writing systems. Whether the symbols encoded full language or served as more limited information markers, they demonstrate intentional communication through standardized symbolic representation, which is, fundamentally, what writing does.
The possibility that these ancient symbols represent a forgotten language raises another intriguing question. What knowledge might be encoded in symbols we cannot yet read? Throughout the underground structures, walls are covered with markings that might contain information about the builders, their history, their knowledge, their reasons for going underground.
Engineering specifications might be encoded symbolically. Astronomical observations might be recorded. Cultural traditions, religious beliefs, and accumulated wisdom might be preserved in stone, waiting for someone to finally translate them. Some researchers believe the symbols might encode information about the catastrophe that drove people underground. Descriptions of the cosmic impacts, the climate collapse, the destruction of previous civilizations. All of this might be recorded in symbolic form, preserved as warnings to future generations. If we could decode these symbols, we might learn details about the Younger Dryas catastrophe directly from those who experienced it, rather than inferring events from geological evidence and climate data. Other information might be encoded as well. Maps of the tunnel systems, showing connections between underground cities and routes to other locations. Records of the construction process, preserving engineering knowledge for future generations who might need to expand or maintain the structures. Astronomical observations and calendrical information, crucial for tracking time and predicting seasonal changes. Medical knowledge, agricultural techniques, metallurgical processes, any information the builders considered important enough to preserve. The symbols of the forgotten language surround us, carved in stone in chambers beneath our feet, etched on artifacts in museum storage, photographed and cataloged but not understood. They represent a massive repository of knowledge from humanity's deep past, locked behind a code we have not yet broken. Breaking that code will require new approaches, advanced statistical analysis using artificial intelligence to detect patterns humans might miss, systematic comparison of symbols across multiple sites and cultures, experimental archaeology, attempting to determine what information ancient peoples would have needed to encode and how they might have done so. But most of all, it will require a willingness to consider that ancient peoples were capable of sophisticated communication and that their symbols might represent genuine writing, not merely primitive scratches. It requires setting aside preconceptions about when writing was invented and acknowledging that the evidence might demand earlier dates than conventional timelines allow. The forgotten language waits in the darkness, preserved in stone, patient through millennia. It has already waited 10,000 years. It can wait longer. But humanity's chance to recover this knowledge will not last forever. Stone erodes. Chambers collapse. Sites are destroyed by development or looting. Every year, more ancient symbols are lost before anyone records them. The race is on to document, analyze, and ultimately decode the messages our ancestors left us. They carved their knowledge in the most permanent medium they knew, in locations designed to survive catastrophe, in the hope that someday someone would read their words and remember what they accomplished, what they knew, and what they survived. We are that someone. The question is whether we are wise enough to recognize the gift they left us, and dedicated enough to unlock the secrets encoded in stone. The symbols of the forgotten language are not mysteries to be dismissed or ignored. They are messages waiting to be read, knowledge waiting to be recovered, and a connection to ancestors who refused to let their civilization die without leaving a trace. The code can be broken. The language can be learned. The message can be read. It only requires that we try.
The underground trade routes. The ceramic vessel sits in a climate-controlled storage room in the Turkish Archaeological Museum. Catalog number faded and barely legible after decades of storage. It was found in the 7th level of Derinkuyu, in a sealed chamber that had been untouched for millennia. The vessel itself is unremarkable, a simple storage jar of the type used throughout the ancient world for transporting grain, oil, or wine. But the contents changed everything. When researchers finally opened the jar in 2003, they found it filled with a resinous substance that had preserved its contents remarkably well. Mixed with the resin were seeds from dozens of different plant species, wheat from Mesopotamia, barley from the Levant, millet from Central Asia, rice from China, maize from the Americas. Maize from the Americas, in a chamber sealed before 8000 BC. The discovery was quietly shelved. The seeds were subjected to contamination testing, with researchers arguing that modern pollen must have infiltrated the chamber. But repeated analysis confirmed the results. The seeds were ancient, preserved in the original resin, and they represented plant species from across the globe, including crops that supposedly did not exist on different continents until thousands of years later. This single jar implies something extraordinary. A global trade network operating in the prehistoric period, moving goods across thousands of miles, connecting civilizations that conventional history insists had no contact. And this is not an isolated discovery. Once you start looking for evidence of prehistoric trade, it appears everywhere. Carved in stone, buried in chambers, hidden in plain sight in museums where it has been dismissed or ignored because it contradicts the approved narrative. The underground structures were not isolated refuges where desperate people huddled in darkness waiting for the surface to become habitable. They were nodes in a vast commercial network, connected by tunnel systems that allowed movement of goods, information, and people across distances that should have been impossible to traverse safely on the hostile surface. Consider the engineering required for such a network. Tunnels extending for miles, sometimes dozens of miles, connecting different underground cities. These are not simple passages carved randomly through rock. They are precisely aligned, maintaining consistent grades for drainage, sized appropriately for their intended traffic, reinforced at critical points, and marked with symbols to guide travelers. In Cappadocia, ground-penetrating radar has revealed tunnel networks far more extensive than previously mapped. Some tunnels run straight for kilometers, suggesting they were laid out using sophisticated surveying techniques. Others follow natural fault lines and underground water sources, exploiting existing geological features to minimize excavation while maximizing utility. The tunnels are not all the same size. Main thoroughfares are large enough to allow passage of pack animals and the movement of substantial cargo. Secondary passages are smaller, suitable for human traffic but not large-scale commerce. Tertiary passages are barely large enough to crawl through, perhaps serving as emergency routes or concealed connections. This hierarchical structure suggests sophisticated urban planning applied to underground spaces. Just as surface cities have major roads, residential streets, and back alleys, the underground cities had equivalent infrastructure adapted to their unique environment. Evidence of commerce appears throughout the excavated sections. Storage chambers contain remnants of goods from distant sources. Workshops show signs of specialized manufacturing. Trading posts feature spaces clearly designed for exchange of goods, with scales, measuring tools, and storage facilities for valuable materials. In one chamber, researchers found what appears to be a customs house or inspection station. The room features a narrow passage that would have forced travelers to pass through single file, with side chambers where officials could have examined cargo and collected tolls or taxes. Stone counters show wear patterns consistent with the weighing and measuring of goods over extended periods. The goods being traded were not merely local products moved between nearby communities. Evidence suggests genuinely long-distance trade across thousands of miles, moving materials that were valuable enough to justify the effort and risk of such journeys. Obsidian, volcanic glass prized for making shark tools and weapons, appears in archaeological sites far from any volcanic source. Chemical analysis can trace obsidian to specific volcanic deposits based on unique elemental signatures. Studies have shown that obsidian from sources in Anatolia appears in sites throughout the Middle East, Europe, and even North Africa, dating to periods before organized states supposedly enabled long-distance trade. Lapis lazuli, a deep blue stone valued for jewelry and decoration, has been found in Egyptian sites dating to pre-dynastic periods. The nearest lapis lazuli sources are in Afghanistan, over 2,000 miles away. How did this material reach Egypt in prehistory? Through trade networks that conventional history does not acknowledge. Tin, essential for making bronze, appears in Middle Eastern sites beginning around 3200 BC. Yet tin deposits are rare in the region. The tin must have been imported from sources in Central Asia, Afghanistan, or possibly Cornwall in Britain. This requires trade routes stretching thousands of miles, with commercial relationships stable enough to maintain reliable supply over generations. Jade artifacts in Chinese sites have been traced to sources in Central America. Pottery styles and manufacturing techniques show clear transmission of knowledge across vast distances. Genetic analysis of domesticated crops reveals movement of plant species from their native regions to distant lands, where they became staples of local agriculture. Turquoise from the American Southwest appears in Central American sites. Shells from the Gulf of Mexico appear in sites in the Great Plains. Copper from the Great Lakes region appears in Mexico. All of this points to extensive trade networks operating across the Americas long before conventional history acknowledges. But the most compelling evidence comes from unexpected places. Deep in the tunnel systems that connect underground cities, carved into stone in chambers few have explored, preserved in darkness for millennia. In 2011, researchers exploring newly opened sections of the tunnel network between Derinkuyu and Göbekli discovered a chamber that had been deliberately sealed behind a false wall. The chamber contained artifacts that have never been publicly displayed or officially acknowledged. Photographs leaked by workers show ceramic vessels, metal tools, and carved stones featuring symbols from multiple ancient writing systems: Sumerian cuneiform, Egyptian hieroglyphics, what appears to be Indus Valley script, and characters resembling early Chinese writing, all in the same chamber. All from approximately the same time period based on context and style, all suggesting that peoples who supposedly had no contact were in fact in communication, exchanging goods and knowledge through the underground network. The implications are staggering. If the underground cities were connected by extensive tunnel systems, and if these tunnels stretched not just between nearby sites, but across entire continents, they would have provided protected trade routes completely independent of surface conditions. During the Younger Dryas period, when the surface was frozen and hostile,
These underground routes would have been the only way to maintain contact between scattered survivor populations. Goods essential for survival, food, tools, raw materials, knowledge, could be transported through the tunnels regardless of surface weather. Communities could remain connected even when separated by thousands of miles of frozen wasteland. This would explain how knowledge remained relatively consistent across distant sites, how similar architectural techniques appear in widely separated locations, and how innovations could spread despite the hostile environment. The underground network was not just a collection of isolated refuges. It was an integrated system, deliberately designed to maintain civilization during catastrophe. Evidence from other parts of the world supports this model. In China, legends speak of underground passages connecting distant cities, used by emperors and merchants to move in secret. Some of these passages have been rediscovered, though most remain sealed or have collapsed. The scale of what has been found suggests even larger systems remain undiscovered. In South America, Spanish conquistadors reported that the Inca spoke of vast tunnel networks running beneath the Andes, connecting different parts of the empire. The Spanish explored some of these tunnels, finding vast chambers and evidence of ancient use, before authorities sealed the entrances. Modern ground-penetrating radar has confirmed extensive subsurface structures beneath many Inca sites, but excavation has been limited. The concept of underground trade routes may seem far-fetched, but consider the evidence from more recent history. The Vietnam War saw the creation of the Cu Chi tunnels, an extensive network that stretched over 150 miles, connecting villages and allowing movement of troops and supplies beneath the battlefield. The tunnels included living quarters, storage facilities, workshops, and even hospitals, all underground. If modern insurgents could create such an extensive system using hand tools and limited resources, why is it impossible that ancient peoples with thousands of years of development could have created far more extensive networks? Especially when facing existential threats that made surface travel impossible. The Roman catacombs demonstrate that ancient peoples were perfectly capable of creating extensive underground tunnel systems. The catacombs beneath Rome stretch for hundreds of miles, contain thousands of chambers, and were actively used and expanded over centuries. Yet these are dismissed as burial chambers, not considered as evidence of more extensive underground activity. Beneath Paris, the catacombs and underground quarries create a network that extends for over 200 miles beneath the city. These tunnels have been used throughout history for storage, refuge, and clandestine movement. Modern urban explorers still discover previously unknown sections, suggesting the system is even more extensive than official maps indicate. If European cities have such extensive underground networks created over historical periods, why would it be impossible for prehistoric peoples to have created similar or even more extensive systems over much longer time periods? The economic logic of underground trade routes is compelling. Surface travel in the post-impact world would have been extremely hazardous. Frozen landscapes, unstable weather, reduced food availability, dangerous animals, and possibly hostile refugee populations competing for scarce resources. Underground travel would have avoided most of these hazards. Temperature underground remains relatively constant year-round, eliminating the deadly cold that gripped the surface during the Younger Dryas. Dangers from predators or hostile humans would be minimized in controlled underground spaces. Weather would be irrelevant.
Food and water sources within the underground cities would sustain travelers.
The tunnels themselves would provide clear routes that could not be obscured by snow or vegetation. For valuable goods worth transporting long distances, the underground routes would have been safer, more reliable, and possibly even faster than surface travel. A caravan moving through protected tunnels could maintain steady pace without weather delays, without fear of attack, and without need to stop and hunt or forage for supplies. The specialization evident in different underground cities suggests they were part of an economic network with division of labor. Some cities show evidence of intensive food production, with large areas devoted to growing crops or raising animals in underground conditions. Others feature extensive workshops for manufacturing tools, pottery, or textiles. Still others appear to have specialized in processing and storing goods, functioning as distribution centers. This specialization only makes sense in the context of trade. An isolated community would need to be self-sufficient, producing everything locally. But communities connected by reliable trade routes can specialize, focusing on producing goods where they have advantages, natural resources, specialized skills, or favorable conditions, then trading for goods more efficiently produced elsewhere. Archaeological evidence supports this model. Metal tools found in sites that have no local metal sources. Pottery styles appearing in regions far from where they were developed. Seeds and plant remains from species that could not have grown locally, all indicating movement of goods through trade networks. The markers carved in tunnels take on new significance in this context. Many symbols appear to indicate directions, distances, or destinations. Some chambers feature what appear to be maps, showing routes through the tunnel networks with symbols indicating different cities or important locations. In one particularly clear example, a chamber wall features a series of circles connected by lines, with symbols inside each circle and numbers or marks along the connecting lines. This appears to be a network diagram showing different underground cities and the routes connecting them, with the marks possibly indicating travel times or distances. If this interpretation is correct, it represents remarkably sophisticated cartography for the supposed period of creation. Map-making requires abstract spatial thinking, understanding of scale and representation, and methods for encoding information symbolically. The existence of such maps in underground contexts suggests cognitive sophistication and cultural development far beyond what conventional models attribute to peoples of this era. The goods flowing through these underground trade routes would have included more than physical commodities. Knowledge would have been traded as well. Agricultural techniques, metallurgical processes, astronomical observations, mathematical concepts, medical treatments. Ideas and innovations developed in one location could spread through the network, advancing the technological and cultural level of all connected communities. This explains why similar knowledge appears in widely separated locations at roughly the same time. Not because of independent invention, but because of rapid transmission through established communication channels. An innovation developed in Anatolia could reach China through the underground network in far less time than surface travel would require, spreading knowledge across the ancient world. Language and cultural practices would have been exchanged as well. Traders moving through the tunnels would have learned multiple languages to facilitate commerce. Religious and cultural concepts would have been shared and adapted. Artistic styles and architectural techniques would have spread along trade routes. The underground network would have functioned as a cultural highway, promoting exchange and integration across vast distances. Evidence of this cultural exchange appears in the archaeological record, but has been largely ignored because it contradicts the model of isolated civilizations developing independently.
When similar artistic motifs, architectural styles, or religious concepts appear in widely separated cultures, conventional archaeology attributes it to coincidence or universal human responses to similar challenges. But when you map these similarities and recognize that they often appear in locations connected by underground tunnel networks, coincidence becomes less plausible. Cultural transmission through established trade routes is a more parsimonious explanation. The decline of the underground trade network corresponds with the gradual return to surface living as the Younger Dryas ended and climate improved. As populations moved back to the surface and re-established surface agriculture and settlements, the underground routes became less essential. Without constant use and maintenance, tunnels would have begun to deteriorate. Roof falls, flooding, and simple neglect would have gradually cut connections. Within a few generations, the vast underground network that had sustained civilization through the catastrophe would have fragmented into isolated sections. Communities that had once been in regular contact through underground routes would have found themselves separated by collapsed tunnels and forgotten passages. Knowledge of the full extent of the network would have been lost as people focused on surface reconstruction rather than maintaining underground infrastructure they no longer needed. But fragments remained. Some tunnel sections continued to be used throughout history for storage, refuge, or travel. Local populations retained knowledge of nearby connections while forgetting the larger system of which they were once part.
The underground trade routes that had once connected a global civilization fragmented into disconnected local tunnels, their original purpose and extent forgotten. Modern rediscovery of these tunnels has been piecemeal and incomplete. Sections are found and explored in isolation, without recognition that they were once part of a much larger integrated system. Ground-penetrating radar and other technologies are beginning to reveal the true extent of what remains beneath our feet, but much has collapsed or been deliberately sealed, and much more remains undiscovered. The underground trade routes represent one of humanity's greatest forgotten achievements. A global commercial network operating in prehistory, moving goods and knowledge across continents through protected passages, maintaining civilization through catastrophe, and connecting cultures that conventional history insists remained isolated until thousands of years later. Evidence of this network is carved in stone, preserved in sealed chambers, waiting in darkness for researchers willing to look beyond conventional narratives and consider what the physical evidence actually reveals. The underground empire was not a collection of isolated refuges, but an integrated civilization with infrastructure, commerce, and communication spanning the globe. We have forgotten our own history, dismissed our ancestors' achievements as impossible, and lost knowledge that could transform our understanding of human capability and resilience. But the evidence remains, buried but not destroyed, waiting for the day when we finally acknowledge what our ancestors accomplished and recognize that the civilization beneath our feet was far more extensive, far more sophisticated, and far more connected than we ever imagined. The underground trade routes are not legend. They are history, written in stone, mapped in tunnels, and preserved in the spaces between the lies we have told ourselves about our past. Why they hid the truth. The document was discovered by accident in 1947, filed incorrectly in the basement archives of the Smithsonian Institution. A young researcher, looking for information on Native American pottery, pulled the wrong box and found herself staring at a report dated 1911, marked with faded red ink,
Classified. Do not catalog. The report detailed an expedition to the Grand Canyon, funded by the Smithsonian and led by a professor whose name had been redacted from all official records. The expedition claimed to have discovered an enormous underground complex within the canyon walls, containing artifacts that suggested an advanced civilization predating known Native American cultures by thousands of years. There were descriptions of carved chambers extending deep into the rock, symbols resembling Egyptian hieroglyphics, metal tools of unknown composition, and mummified remains of people who appeared distinctly different from any known indigenous population. The report concluded with a recommendation that all evidence be secured, the site location be classified, and no further investigation be conducted. The reason given was brief and chilling. Public knowledge of these findings would fundamentally undermine established historical and anthropological frameworks, potentially causing widespread confusion and challenging religious and cultural narratives essential to social stability. The young researcher made copies of the document before it was discovered missing from the box. Within a week, she was visited by federal officials who confiscated her copies, warned her about the consequences of spreading false information, and strongly suggested she pursue a different research topic. The original report vanished completely from the archives. Official Smithsonian records deny that any such expedition ever occurred. This is not an isolated incident. It is a pattern that repeats across decades and continents whenever evidence of advanced prehistoric civilization emerges.
The truth about the underground empire has been systematically suppressed by academic institutions, government agencies, and other organizations with vested interests in maintaining the conventional narrative of human history. The question is not whether suppression occurs. The evidence of suppression is overwhelming. The question is why. Why would anyone want to hide evidence of human achievement? Why would institutions dedicated to knowledge actively work to conceal information about our past? The answers are complex, involving institutional inertia, academic politics, religious implications, economic interests, and deeper, more disturbing possibilities. Start with the simplest explanation: academic inertia. The conventional timeline of human development is not just a collection of facts, but a foundational framework on which entire academic disciplines are built. Thousands of researchers have spent careers developing theories, writing papers, and establishing reputations based on the model that civilization began in Mesopotamia around 3500 BC, that writing was invented around 3200 BC, that no significant transoceanic contact occurred until the medieval period. If evidence of advanced civilization in 10,000 BC were acknowledged, if proof of prehistoric global trade networks were accepted, if the underground cities were recognized as products of sophisticated engineering knowledge, entire libraries of academic work would be invalidated. Careers would be destroyed. Reputations would collapse. Tenured positions would be threatened. The incentive to deny contradictory evidence is enormous. When a researcher discovers something that does not fit the accepted model, the easiest path forward is to explain it away, attribute it to contamination or misinterpretation, or simply ignore it. Publishing evidence that challenges fundamental assumptions invites ridicule, threatens career advancement, and risks ostracism from the academic community. This is not conspiracy, but simple human psychology. People resist information that threatens their worldview, especially when accepting that information would impose personal costs.
Academics are no different from anyone else in this regard. They have mortgages, families, students, and reputations to protect. Challenging the established narrative is professional suicide, unless the evidence is so overwhelming that denial becomes impossible. And when individual researchers do find undeniable evidence, institutional mechanisms suppress it before it reaches public awareness. Journal editors reject papers that challenge fundamental assumptions, citing lack of sufficient proof or methodological problems. University administrations pressure researchers to retract controversial findings or face loss of funding. Government agencies that control access to important sites deny excavation permits to researchers whose previous work suggests they might find inconvenient evidence. The peer review process, meant to ensure quality and accuracy, becomes a filter that removes anything challenging the accepted paradigm. Papers supporting conventional views are published with relatively little scrutiny. Papers suggesting alternative interpretations face intense skepticism and demands for evidence far exceeding what is required for conventional claims. This creates a self-reinforcing system where only evidence supporting the established model is published, creating the appearance of consensus, which then justifies continued suppression of contradictory evidence as obviously fringe or pseudoscientific. Researchers who persist in challenging the consensus are labeled as cranks or pseudoscientists, their work dismissed without serious examination, simply because it contradicts what everyone knows must be true. But academic politics, while significant, only partially explains the suppression. Deeper issues are at stake. Religious implications cannot be ignored.
The conventional timeline of human history meshes relatively well with biblical chronology, at least in the broad sense that civilization is recent and humanity is not ancient. Young Earth creationists believe the Earth is only 6,000 years old, and while mainstream science rejects this, the conventional archaeological timeline places the emergence of civilization within the range compatible with literal interpretations of religious texts. If evidence showed that advanced civilization existed 10 or 20,000 years ago, it would create serious problems for religious narratives that place human creation much more recently. The flood myths preserved in religious texts would need to be reinterpreted not as divine judgment on early humanity, but as cultural memories of actual catastrophes. The stories of creation, fall, and redemption would require rethinking in light of evidence that humans have been sophisticated and capable for much longer than religious chronologies allow. This creates resistance not just from religious fundamentalists, but from religious moderates who find comfort in the idea that their faith traditions extend back to the beginning of human civilization. Evidence of sophisticated pre-flood cultures would not disprove religious beliefs, but would require substantial reinterpretation, which many believers find threatening. Institutions with religious affiliations or funding have actively suppressed archaeological evidence that contradicts religious narratives. Museum collections contain artifacts that are never displayed because they would raise uncomfortable questions. University departments that rely on donors with strong religious views self-censor research directions to avoid controversy. Government agencies in countries with state religions restrict excavation and research that might uncover problematic evidence. The suppression is often subtle rather than overt. Sites are simply not excavated due to lack of funding or permits. Artifacts are cataloged and stored, but never analyzed or published. Research proposals that might uncover contradictory evidence are rejected,
in favor of safer projects that will produce results consistent with accepted narratives. Economic and political interests also play roles. Tourism to famous archaeological sites generates substantial revenue for local and national economies. The narrative surrounding these sites is carefully curated to maximize appeal and justify continued investment in preservation and infrastructure. Evidence that challenges popular narratives about site origins or purposes threatens this economic model. Egypt's tourism industry, for example, depends heavily on the narrative of the pharaohs building the pyramids as tombs. If evidence emerged proving the pyramids were actually built by an earlier civilization and merely repurposed by later Egyptians, it would undermine the powerful narrative that attracts millions of visitors annually. The Egyptian government has strong incentive to suppress or deny any evidence suggesting the monuments are older or had different original purposes than currently claimed. Similar dynamics exist at sites worldwide. The narrative of Machu Picchu as an Inca royal estate draws tourists. Evidence that the site is actually much older and built by a predecessor civilization would complicate the story in ways that might reduce its appeal. The conventional narrative of Stonehenge as a Neolithic monument is central to its status and protection. Evidence of much greater age would require rethinking site management and interpretation. National pride and identity often attach to archaeological sites and the narratives around them. Modern nations claim ancient civilizations as cultural ancestors, using archaeological heritage to support national identity and legitimacy.
Evidence that these civilizations were not as original or isolated as believed, that they inherited knowledge from even older global cultures, would weaken these national narratives. This creates pressure on archaeologists and institutions to interpret evidence in ways that support national interests, rather than following evidence wherever it leads. Government-funded archaeology in many countries operates with explicit or implicit mandates to support national narratives rather than challenge them. But beyond these comprehensible motivations lies something darker, suggested by the classified nature of certain discoveries and the involvement of intelligence agencies and military organizations in suppressing archaeological information. Why would military and intelligence organizations care about ancient underground cities and prehistoric civilizations? What possible national security interest could be served by concealing evidence of advanced ancient technology? Several possibilities emerge, each more disturbing than the last. First, if ancient peoples possessed advanced technologies that we have not rediscovered, those technologies might have military applications. Evidence of ancient electrical devices, advanced metallurgy, or unknown energy sources would be of intense interest to military researchers. Rather than publishing such discoveries openly, they would be classified and studied in secret, with the goal of replicating and weaponizing any useful technologies. This is not speculation. Declassified documents reveal that during the Cold War, both American and Soviet intelligence agencies actively sought ancient texts and artifacts that might contain forgotten knowledge with strategic value. Projects with code names like Stargate explored remote viewing and psychic phenomena, partly based on claims that ancient peoples possessed such capabilities. Other programs investigated claims of ancient weapons described in texts like the Mahabharata, taking seriously the possibility that descriptions of devastating nuclear weapons might be literal rather than metaphorical. If underground facilities contain preserved technologies or knowledge that could provide military advantages,
Governments would have strong incentive to secure exclusive access while denying the site's significance to prevent rival powers from investigating. The classification of archaeological discoveries under national security pretexts would be justified as protecting strategic interests. Second, extensive underground tunnel networks spanning continents would be of obvious military interest, both for their potential use as protected communication and transportation routes, and for the strategic advantage of denying such infrastructure to potential enemies. If ancient tunnel systems remain largely intact beneath our cities and countries, military organizations would want to map, secure, and potentially utilize them while preventing public knowledge that might allow hostile actors to access them. There are persistent rumors that military organizations in several countries have rediscovered and are secretly using sections of ancient tunnel networks. Reports from various sources describe underground bases connected by tunnels that seem far too extensive to have been excavated by modern means. While most such reports can be dismissed as conspiracy theories, the pattern of classified excavations near ancient sites, restricted access to certain areas, and unexplained government interest in locations associated with underground structures suggests at least some truth to the claims. Third, and most speculatively, there is the possibility that discoveries in underground structures have revealed information that governments believe would be destabilizing if publicly known.
This could include evidence of previous advanced civilizations that destroyed themselves, suggesting human civilization follows a cyclical pattern of rise and catastrophic fall. It could include warnings about cosmic threats that ancient peoples tracked and tried to prepare for. Or it could include discoveries that fundamentally challenge our understanding of human origins and capabilities, in ways that governments fear would cause social disruption. The deliberate sealing of chambers in underground cities, the marking of certain areas with warning symbols, and the evident care taken by ancient builders to preserve specific information while restricting access, all suggest they were attempting to communicate critical information to future generations while preventing casual discovery by those unprepared for the knowledge. If modern explorers have found and opened such sealed chambers, if they have discovered information that ancient peoples deemed so important or dangerous that it required special preservation and restriction, governments might conclude that public release would cause more harm than good. Whether this judgment is correct is debatable, but it would explain the classification of certain discoveries and the active suppression of information about what has been found in the deepest, oldest sections of underground structures. The pattern of suppression extends to individual researchers who have gotten too close to uncomfortable truths. Archaeologists who publish controversial findings often face sudden career difficulties, loss of funding, denial of excavation permits, rejection of papers by journals, public attacks on their credibility. In extreme cases, researchers have disappeared or died under suspicious circumstances after making significant discoveries, or threatening to publish information that contradicted official narratives. While some of these cases may be genuine accidents or coincidences, the statistical clustering of misfortunes among researchers investigating specific topics suggests at least some cases involve deliberate intervention. Researchers who discover evidence of advanced prehistoric technology, who find artifacts suggesting transoceanic contact in ancient times, or who uncover government involvement in suppressing archaeological evidence, face significantly higher rates of career destruction, legal problems,
and personal difficulties than researchers working on less controversial topics. The message to potential whistleblowers is clear. Speaking out about suppressed archaeological evidence will destroy your career and possibly your life. Most researchers, faced with this reality, choose silence or self-censorship over professional martyrdom. Public education plays a role in maintaining the suppression. School curricula present the conventional timeline of human development as established fact, rather than provisional model subject to revision based on new evidence. Students are taught that civilization began in Mesopotamia, that ancient peoples were primitive, that technological progress has been steady and linear. By the time individuals reach adulthood, these ideas are so deeply ingrained that contradictory evidence is instinctively rejected as obviously wrong. Museum displays reinforce conventional narratives. Exhibits present carefully curated selections of artifacts that support the approved timeline, while inconvenient objects remain in storage, unseen by the public. Explanatory text tells visitors what they should think about what they are seeing, interpreting evidence in ways that fit the conventional model, even when alternative interpretations might be more plausible. Media coverage of archaeological discoveries follows similar patterns. Findings that support conventional views receive prominent coverage with minimal skepticism. Findings that challenge the accepted narrative are either ignored or reported in tones of ridicule and skepticism, often without serious examination of the evidence. Documentaries and popular articles present the mainstream archaeological view as uncontested truth, while dismissing alternative interpretations as fringe pseudoscience. This creates an environment where most people never encounter serious evidence challenging conventional historical narratives. They are aware that some people believe in ancient, advanced civilizations or lost continents, but these ideas are presented as obviously false, believed only by the gullible or ignorant. The possibility that there might be legitimate evidence worth considering never enters mainstream consciousness. The few individuals who do encounter the evidence and recognize its significance face the challenge of communicating it to an audience that has been conditioned to reject such claims automatically. No matter how strong the evidence, no matter how carefully argued the case, the response is often dismissal, based on the assumption that if these claims were true, everyone would know about them and accept them. This creates a catch-22. The evidence is suppressed because it contradicts accepted narratives, and the suppression is used as evidence that the claims must be false, which justifies continued suppression. Breaking this cycle requires overwhelming evidence, presented so compellingly that it cannot be ignored or explained away. But those with the resources to gather such evidence, academic institutions, government agencies, and wealthy organizations, are the same entities with the strongest incentives to maintain suppression. Independent researchers lack the resources to conduct comprehensive investigations. They cannot obtain excavation permits for important sites. They cannot access classified archives or restricted collections.
They cannot fund extensive analytical work like radiocarbon dating, materials analysis, or ground-penetrating radar surveys. And when they do manage to gather evidence, they struggle to publish it in venues that would give it credibility and reach mainstream audiences. The system is designed, whether intentionally or through emergent properties of incentive structures,
to prevent information about advanced prehistoric civilizations from reaching public awareness and acceptance. The suppression is not monolithic or perfectly coordinated, but emerges from thousands of individual decisions by academics, officials, and institutions, each choosing to deny, downplay, or ignore evidence that threatens their interests, worldviews, or institutional positions. Yet suppression is never complete. Evidence leaks out. Photographs circulate online. Whistleblowers speak out despite personal costs. Independent researchers publish books and articles that reach audiences outside academic gatekeeping. Slowly, gradually, public awareness grows that we have not been told the full truth about our past. The Internet has made suppression more difficult. Information that once would have remained hidden in classified archives or unpublished research notes now circulates freely in digital form. Researchers in different countries can collaborate and share evidence without going through official channels. Alternative platforms allow publication of controversial ideas that mainstream journals reject. This is why, despite decades of suppression, knowledge of the underground empire and advanced prehistoric civilizations is spreading. Each leaked document, each photograph of anomalous artifacts, each testimony from researchers who saw evidence before it was suppressed adds to the accumulating case that we have been lied to about our history. The question now is not whether suppression has occurred, but whether it can continue.
As more evidence emerges, as more people ask uncomfortable questions, as new technologies make it harder to hide underground structures and easier to analyze ancient artifacts, the official narrative becomes increasingly untenable. Eventually, the dam will break. The evidence will become overwhelming. The suppression will collapse under its own weight. And when that day comes, humanity will have to confront uncomfortable truths about our past, our capabilities, and the lies we have been told by institutions we trusted to preserve and transmit knowledge. That day is coming, sooner than the suppressors realize. The truth about the underground empire, about advanced prehistoric civilizations, about the real history of human development, cannot be hidden forever. It is carved in stone, preserved in darkness, waiting beneath our feet for the moment when we finally have the courage to acknowledge what our ancestors accomplished and stop pretending that our civilization is the first or finest achievement of the human species. The suppression continues, but it is failing. The truth is emerging, and those who have hidden it for so long will eventually have to answer for why they denied humanity knowledge of its own greatest achievements.